been longer. I think it was just over 7 hours. And then, of course, we did an hour-long unseen. We did an hour-long review, which I would urge that you check out, because I found it very insightful. It was so good to get people's thoughts on what went down yesterday. And then today I've just spent 3 hours, actually nearly 4 hours, going through my notifications, desperately trying to catch up. I'm still hours and hours and hours away from catching up, to be honest. I'm still like really struggling with the amount of stuff that's got sent over. There was just so much reaction to what went down yesterday, which is great. It's just very hard to kind of keep on top of. So yeah, it's there's just so much that's kind of gone on, and there's so much to talk about. But to be honest with you, I'm actually quite glad that we've got another big show quite soon. I think it would have been nice for me personally if today had been a little bit quieter, and actually if what we could do is just try and digest yesterday a little bit more, have like a day just to kind of get our heads around it, and then maybe tomorrow we have New Year's Evil. I think New Year's Evil dropping like in a few hours is a little bit close. But it is what it is. You know, this is the wrestling world. It doesn't sleep. It just keeps moving forward. This is what Triple H was saying. He was like, you know, we're all talking about this week's Raw, but I've got to start planning next week's Raw and the week after that and the week after that. We never stop. We keep moving forwards. And I do love that about this game. I do love that about this game. So back on the horse, back on the road. And we'll see what they've got in store for us tonight. Should be a really good show. Of course, we know The Rock is going to be there. That's going to make tonight an absolutely unmissable show. So we know that The Rock's going to be there. And as well as that, it's a stacked card. We've got championship matches. We know the women's title's on the line. We know the men's title's on the line. We know the Heritage Cup is on the line. Actually, we always tend to start with going over to WWE.com. I don't know. Yeah, I did fear that. I don't know if they had the preview up. They don't. They're still talking about Raw yesterday. But our good friend, WrestleBuzz, always pulls together some bits of information, so we can jump over and have a look at that. I do like to start with something that's some sort of preview. I just think for anyone that's joining us that maybe is joining us for the first time, it would be quite good to show them what's going to go down tonight, right? And then obviously we're going to jump into the chat. So this is the preview for New Year's Evil. Genuinely a big show tonight for NXT. First of all, it's got The Rock making an appearance. And if you don't know, The Rock's daughter, Ava, is actually the GM of NXT. So this is pretty interesting stuff because there's a few ways that he can get involved. It's got to involve her, you would think. I think everyone would want it to involve her and actually see those two together, see those two having a conversation, father and daughter. That would be good. That would be really good. So I'm really looking forward to that. NXT title on the line in a triple threat. We've got the poll in the chat right now. So you can vote as to what it is, or which way you think it's going to go. Are we going to get a new champ? Are we going to get Femi as the new NXT champ? Are they going to completely swerve us and go with Eddy Thorpe? Are they going to keep it on Trick? I genuinely don't know. Is this the time we pull the trigger on Femi? My feeling is yes, but with Eddy Thorpe in the match, is he there so that we don't do that? Is he there because what we're actually going to do is delay Oba getting the title? Trick can pin Eddy. Trick stays champ. Oba never technically loses. He just doesn't win the match. And so is that a way of us kind of kicking the can a little further down the road? You could flip it and say, what if Oba pins Eddy? Then, of course, Trick never technically lost. He didn't win the match, but he didn't technically lose it either. So, you know, I feel like all of this is going to set up Oba Trick one-on-one a little further down the road. I feel like Oba versus Trick is a match we're going to get. I think Eddy is going to be the one that's pinned. But who pins him? Is it going to be Trick or is it going to be Oba? Are we getting a new champion tonight. If you want to vote for that, it's in the chat. So you can vote for that in the poll. We've also got an absolute banger here. Roxanne versus Giulia genuinely could be the women's match of the year. And it's January the 7th. That could legit turn out to be the best women's match of this year. Roxanne is on fire in the ring. She's doing incredible work. Giulia has been a breath of fresh air since she came in. These two have faced each other once before. It was a really great match. But, you know, Giulia's a little more settled now. I feel like the drama of her not winning last time and now potentially winning this time, I think that's going to add to the match. And I think that we really could be looking at something special there. So Roxanne against Giulia, I'm thinking new champ. That's why I didn't go for that in the poll, because I'm thinking new champ, and I'm feeling a bit more comfortable about that than I am about that. So, yeah, 2 massive title matches. Then we've got a number 1 contenders match. So one of these is going to get a shot at... I can't remember if it was for Fallon's title or if it's for the top title. If it's for the top title, then that's really fun, because we could end up getting Giulia winning and Stephanie winning, and we could get Giulia versus Stephanie. But as I said, just off the top of my head, I can't remember which title it is that they're actually number 1 contenders for. So it's going to be Kelani versus Cora versus Stephanie versus Lola Vice. Good match. Should be a lot of fun. But you'll have to let me know in the chat what they're actually competing for, because off the top of my head, I can't remember what they said, if it was for the top title or the women's mid-card title, which would mean them going up against Fallon Henley. Then we've got the Heritage Cup on the line. That's Charlie Dempsey against Lexis King. A bit of controversy around that. Lexis King won the match by DQ. He got given the Heritage Cup, but then they said it's a little bit of a grey area as to whether you can win it that way. So you're going to have to give it back, which really sucked. I mean, that really, really sucked. I was not happy with that at all. I mean, the idea that it's a grey area, like, you shouldn't really have grey areas in your rules. Imagine that. Imagine any other sport being like, oh, I'm not sure. That's a grey area. Don't know. What should we do? That sucked. That really sucked. And certainly for a match that's so historic, like Heritage Cup, like rounds, the old British rounds. What, you're telling me this has never come up before? You're telling me this has never come up before and we're having to deal with it for the first time now? Come on. I thought that was a real stupid move, man. Then we have New Year's Evil, the tag match. So this is 6-woman tag match. It's going to be Chemical X. They've not actually been called that, but they were calling themselves that, of Shotzi, Tatum, Gigi, taking on Fatal Influence of Jacy, Fallon. You can just sort of see her mid-card belt there, and Jazmyn next. So should be good. Looking forward to this card. I think it's a brilliant looking card. We're obviously in LA. We're away from the Performance Center. And genuinely looking forward to whatever show we get tonight and whatever they've got in store for us tonight, because it should be really, really fun. Should be a really, really fun show. Okay, with that being said, let's jump over to the chat, because I know there's going to be people that want to talk about NXT. I'm here for that. I know there's going to be people that are going to want to talk about last night. I'm here for that. I am here for whatever conversation people want to have. So obviously we would normally be doing the Wrestling Escape Pod at this time, but I did get in touch with Tommy to say I just think this week is a week I really do need to be focused on this show, right? What with it being so big and us coming out of New Year's Evil. So Tommy understood that, and I think he sent me an email which I need to just have a little catch up with. So Wrestling Escape Pod should resume back to normal very, very soon. Right, Norma Anderson, shout out to you, my friend. Bradley, shout out to you. And John Kane, shout out to you as well, buds. Really appreciate it. Wayne said, Daze, all the old In Your Houses are on Netflix. So that's good. I love seeing more content getting added. So hopefully it keeps going in that direction. So good to see that. I don't think it'll ever get to the point where it was what the network was. They don't seem to have an appetite to do that. So it's great to hear that they're adding more and more content. You know, you can't be down on that. So, and the old In Your Houses, I mean, I love those shows. They were just a couple of hours, easy to watch. As a kid, they meant so much because, you know, it was more content. It was more content. And so I really used to enjoy the In Your House shows. So it's been a little while since I've watched them, actually. So I don't know, maybe I'll settle down and watch a few of those. I'm just trying to get Netflix fired up, actually, because I am a little bit behind. Let me do that. I'll do that. Lovely. Okay, so NXT, I believe, should be on here, shouldn't it, tonight? On Netflix. NXT. You better be there, you boomer. It's not bringing it up if I put NXT in. Maybe I have to put WWE. Let's see what we've got there. Okay, that's loading. Wayne said, do we think Cena will win the Rumble? I think he's a favourite, yes. I think that this year he's going to be a favourite, and I think he's right to be a favourite. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to do with John Cena in 2025. I think I thought that segment was really good yesterday. I think it really mapped out if you're a old school fan, a hardcore fan, a casual fan. Like, it really mapped out what we're doing this year. This year is about John Cena. It's about him finishing his story of trying to get number 17. And we're really focused on that for him. And he's got a plan as to how he's going to do it. He's going to be in the Rumble. And yeah. Great, loved it. I thought the whole segment delivered. I saw a few people down on it. They wanted a bit more, but honestly, I watched that segment thinking that Logan was going to interrupt it. And I didn't want that. I didn't want that to be the case. I didn't want it to be the case that Logan was going to be like the first feuds and that was something we were going to focus on, you know. I've got a feeling we're going to have that match at some point, but I just don't care about it. I just do not care about Logan Paul versus John Cena. I know some people out there do. I'm not one of those people, to be honest. I'm not one of those people. So for me, for him to come out, talk about what the year's going to bring, talk about wanting to win the Rumble, what that would mean to him, why it's important, trying to break the records. I thought he laid it out really well for casual fans, for hardcore fans. It was sort of a, here we go, this is what we're doing. And yeah, I got a lot from that segment. I really liked it. So will he win it? I think he is a firm favourite, but... right, I believe that he is at least in the final 2 or 3, said Tiny Tails, just to fall short and chasing it until the end. Maybe Money in the Bank, get the happy ending for the record breaker. Yeah, I think he'll fall short, personally. I agree. Because I think he will be in Elimination Chamber. So I think the first Rumble is one way of getting to Mania. Normally, Elimination Chamber is the other way. Winner of Chamber gets to go after the one title. Winner of Rumble gets to go after the other title. They don't always do it that way. And if they want to change it, they absolutely can. But I think the idea of, you know, what Tiny Tails has just said there, of Cena getting down to the final 2, 3, and being eliminated, and the crowd will be disappointed. I think the crowd will want to see Cena win the Rumble this year, actually, because it's got a real story to it, and this is the last time. This is Cena's last Rumble. And for that reason, I think the crowd will be right behind him. So to see him just fall short means we've got some of those, you know, I've got one more chance type promos, you know. It's now or never. I mean, you're going to hear now or never a lot, that kind of terminology. So, yeah, I think then he loses that, goes in the chamber. He might even lose the chamber. If Triple H wanted to have someone win the chamber, someone a little unexpected, like, say, a Sheamus, right? Someone along those lines. Someone that's credible, but you don't really see them as being a main eventer of WrestleMania, you know? I think a Sheamus is a decent shout. And the reason why I say that is because you can always have Sheamus get attacked in the lead up and he's out. And oh my God, we now need to find a new number one contender. And you could do that because you can obviously say to Sheamus, listen, we want Cena in the title match at WrestleMania, but we don't want it to be straightforward. So what we're thinking of doing is we're going to actually give you a moment, but we're going to sort of swerve people. So what we want to do is we want to give you the winner. We want to make you the winner of Elimination Chamber. So it looks like you're going to be in that world title match. And what we'll do is we'll have you injured like a few weeks before Mania. There'll be loads of panic. We'll need to do a last minute like gauntlet match or battle royal or number one contenders, fatal 4-way, fatal 5-way. You know, we'll have to do it and it'll have to be just weeks before Mania to figure out who your replacement's going to be. And we'll have John win it there. And then John goes to Mania, rightfully. You know, we could have had him win the Rumble. We could have had him win Elimination Chamber, but we're going to go this way. But you'll get something from this because, of course, when you come back, we're going to have you talk about how you got robbed of your Mania match and how you're the rightful number one contender. And so this will set up something for you in the future. So Sheamus would be all right with that because he wins the Chamber. It gives him something to get his teeth into in 2025. And, you know, you can sort of see what the story is. And so I really don't think whatever wrestler's in that position is going to be down on that, right? And it's a nice little kind of real last minute swerve, you know, as to who it is that Cena, like how we get Cena into that position. So I would be looking at, if I was booking, I'd be looking at something like along those lines. I've said this previous with different WrestleManias, but I feel like the fans always now think if you don't win the Rumble, you've always got the Chamber, you know? If Cena's eliminated from the Rumble, there'll be disappointments, but the fans will automatically think to themselves, it's all right, he'll win the Chamber. What if he doesn't? What if he doesn't? How would the fans react then? In my mind, the fans will be very much confused, like, well, what are we doing with him now? How's he going to get to the world title now? The title matches are set. So, you know, I think that's a really interesting swerve. I think that would be quite an interesting direction. But, I mean, look, who knows? Who knows? He might just win the Rumble, and that's it. And then, like, the match is made. But I do agree with you, Tiny Tails. I think putting a few little swerves in there, having us, you know, not just take the straight road, but take the scenic route. I'm definitely down for that. Marcus said, I think Cena will lose the Rumble Chamber, but could win Money in the Bank. Kian, shout out to you, said, Daze, hope you are well. Having a great stream. Do you know what? I think it's probably going to be best for me to get that voice. Rather than reading it, I can get the Boomer voice to read it for me, can't we? Like, could you imagine if I was reading every comment yesterday? My voice would be even worse. Do you think?
Keanu win. All right, Daze. Hope you are well, having a great stream. Hope you are having a great day. And I'm so excited for tonight's NXT with Lola being on the show, with The Rock on the show to take out Eddy, maybe.
So Lola on the show and The Rock to take out Eddy. Well, there is a history there, of course. Eddy and Ava. So he like knocked Ava down or he pushed Shawn around. And yeah, I mean, if you're Eddy, you're going to be nervous about having The Rock around after, you know, what's gone down. But I don't know. I think there's been a little bit of time since he knocked her over. And yeah, I mean, there could definitely be some words said. There could definitely be some interaction. But I think... I don't know. I don't know how we use him. I think the truth is he's on this show because this is the first NXT that's going to be internationally going around the world on Netflix. And I think that for you lot in America, it's just a normal kind of episode on the CW network. But for Netflix, they've looked at it as like, well, internationally, and don't forget Netflix internationally are huge, right? WWE the USA is their number one market. I'm sure Netflix, their USA is number one market, but I feel like Netflix internationally are very well established, right? WWE are well established, but we know only in certain markets, you know? Like, we're really trying to expand into Italy and Belgium and places like that, right? But these are places where Netflix is very much established. So it makes sense this week that you do go big with your Raw, your NXT, and your SmackDown, actually. I haven't seen them announce anything massive for SmackDown, but I think SmackDown's going to be big this week because we know that that's going to be the first SmackDown on Netflix internationally as well. And Netflix are going to want that show to have a bit of weight to it. So, yeah, I think this is a big show. They've stacked it. They've stacked it off the back of Raw. Internationally, this means a lot to Netflix. Rock's in the area anyway. And so I think like all of that is the reason as to why he's on the show tonight. And it was all done so last minute, you know? It's one of those where I don't think he was necessarily planned. I mean, the way he announced it was kind of very just backstage. He didn't announce it in the ring. It was all very nonchalant. It was backstage. It's the kind of thing where Shawn Michaels could have grabbed him and gone, listen, are you around tomorrow? Because we're doing this thing, right? Literally up the road. So if you're in town, like, you know, Ava's there, it'd be brilliant to have you just pop in if you're free. And The Rock's like, yeah, I think I can do, you know, it's got that sort of feel to it. I really don't feel like this is weeks in the planning. Because if this was weeks in the planning, I have no idea why you wouldn't have announced it. I have no idea why you wouldn't have, you know, been promoting this all week, that The Rock is going to be showing up at New Year's Eve, you know? So for that reason, I really don't know what we're going to get from his segment. I think it's going to be a bit Undertaker-esque. I think it's going to be a little bit like, right, I'm here, you've seen me, you know, all the best. I think it's going to be a bit of a throwaway segment. I'm not expecting anything seismic. But listen, the pressure is on the NXT creative team to find a way of using him the best way they can. Yeah, and Eddie Thorpe has accidentally knocked Ava over before, only a month or so ago. So he's definitely got to be nervous. Yeah, I do agree. But I don't know, the way this whole thing came together was very last minute and quite weird, wasn't it? So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It's an interesting one. I was not expecting him to announce that. I mean, I think it really caught a lot of people off guard, to be honest. Certainly caught me off guard. So, and it has made tonight a lot bigger, but I wouldn't get too carried away. I think if yesterday told you anything, it's don't get too carried away. You know, we didn't get Becky, we didn't get Alexa, we didn't get the Wyatt Six. We did get The Undertaker, but, you know, what did we get? He drove around in a bike and then put his arm in the air. We got John Cena, which I thought the segment was good, but I saw some disappointment regarding it. We got The Rock, and honestly, I think it left people more confused than anything else. So, yeah, I think, like, let's see. It's 24 hours ago, we didn't even know we were getting him on the show, so anything is going to be a bonus ball. Wayne said, I was confused last night about how The Rock was. Yeah, everyone was. There's a theory that's doing the rounds, which I really hate. And that theory is that he was just out of character. And I really hate that. And of course I hate that. Because I understand that Kayfabe is dead. I understand that we all know the truth. That, you know, sometimes the bad guys are not really bad guys. And sometimes the good guys are not really good guys in real life. Yeah? I mean, look at Hogan. Hogan played a good guy in the 80s. And when he came back... And then we find out all the stuff we found out about him. Yeah. Sometimes the good guys aren't actually good guys in real life. And sometimes the bad guys aren't actually bad guys in real life. But for me, like, when you're on TV, when you're on the show, I don't see how it's acceptable for you to be out of character unless it's maybe a Hall of Fame induction. If you're advertised for the show, The Rock's going to be on this episode of Raw, and then you come out and you act the way that you've acted, the theory people have got is, no, that wasn't actually like final boss The Rock. Like, that was just him being like the TKO guy. That wasn't the character. That was just the man. And it's like, well, that's not acceptable in my eyes. That's not acceptable. That's not... We've got stories that we're telling. You wouldn't do that on a TV show. You wouldn't do that on, like, flipping Coronation Street or Days of Our Lives or Breaking Bad or Walking Dead or... Do you know what I mean? Like, imagine Breaking Bad. You've got, like, these big scenes and you're building your story. And then in the middle of it, you just have Bryan Cranston come walking out going, guys, I just want to say it's been absolutely brilliant filming this series with you lot. I've so enjoyed it. Thank you so much. It's big. Come in. Bring it in. Bring it in. Honestly. And you. You've almost caught me a few times, haven't you, you rascal? Why would we do that? When would we do that? When would we do that on a TV show? Where we just break character and we just have, like, the actors just, acting as themselves during the actual show. This was an actual episode of Raw. So if next time we see him, he's now back in character, I honestly, do you know what? I love WWE. Of course I do. You know I do. But I just pray and hope that everyone would call that out for the BS that it is. Because I'll tell you now, if AEW did that, they would get absolutely destroyed. If they had someone on their show out of character that was now acting completely different to how their character had acted, and it was on the actual show, they would get destroyed. There is no argument on that. No one can bring me any arguments on this. They would be destroyed. So there is absolutely no way, if that is what has happened, and we have to say if because we still don't quite know, but if that's what has happened, as a WWE fan, I hope that would be called out. I really, really do. I hope that would be called out because that is not something I want to see wrestling going to. That's not like what I want the new normal to be, where we don't even know if we're going to get the character or the person, the real person anymore. Like, every segment would then be like us, guessing what are we going to get this week? Is this Triple H the character? Is this The Rock the character? Is this That's the theory that's done the rounds. I mean, the way that I think it can be explained, is if he comes out next time as the final boss, right? He's back to normal. And he's like, I can't believe you lot fell for it. Yeah? You think all the stuff that I said on that episode was true? You think everything I said was true? Do you understand why I said what I said? Do you understand why I acted the way I... Of course you don't. Because I'm playing chess whilst you're playing checkers. There were Netflix executives, movie stars, my friends, my Hollywood friends, all in that building. Do you think I'm going to come out and start insulting you lot in front of these powerful people? I'm smarter than that. I play the hand I'm dealt. I play the game that I have to play. And that's exactly what I did. But guess what? We don't have those Hollywood executives in the house tonight because they wouldn't come here to wherever we are, yeah? They wouldn't be seen dead here in wherever we are. And this place, because this place stinks, right? Boom, we're right back in. We've explained it. Lovely, yeah? And that's a way out of it. And I can cope with that. That would be fine because actually he was out of character, but he was explained why. And that would be absolutely fine. I'd be okay with that. That would not be a problem for me. But if, like, he now just starts acting all different and it's never explained or something, There's parts of it I just really don't like. There's parts of what went down I'm really not comfortable with, and I don't really like it. But it's so hard to kind of have an opinion on it because I just don't know where it's going. I just don't know why he did what he did. There's a few thoughts out there, a few theories out there, and we're just going to have to wait and see, aren't we? So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. But I think it can be explained, as we just said. It can be explained, but I just don't know if they're going to do that. I don't even know when we're going to see him again after tonight. And I don't think he's going to do what I just said tonight. I don't think he'll do that. But I don't know what to expect. I'm guessing he's going to be a nice guy. He's going to be Ava's dad. That's what I'm expecting. But I mean, even now, I don't know what to expect. Is he going to come back and be a bit final boss-ish? Is he going to be the lovely guy that we saw yesterday? Don't know. Delwyn, shout out to you. Really appreciate the support as always, dude. Always so generous. I really appreciate it. But let's see what Delwyn has got to say. Let's copy this and go, buds. Fly.
Delwyn Jones. Last night was all about History Raw debut on Netflix. It was enjoyable. I gave it 7/5/10. Everyone needs to chill out. Let's see how the story unfolds from now until Rumble and beyond. H8 say the normal shows is back next week. Can't wait, NXT. It feels big.
Yeah, I think when you say everyone needs to chill out, actually the vibe I've got is that people weren't that down on it. I think it's one of those where the negativity is always louder than the positivity. And what I look is a big picture. So, yes, I see lots of comments, but I get lots of mixed comments anyway. Some people telling me that it was rubbish. Some people telling me it was the greatest thing they've ever seen, right? So if I'm trying to gauge how you lot really felt about the show, I kind of do that from the poll, I suppose, on the opinions channel. That tends to get hundreds of votes, and it gives me a real feeling as to how the community is, what the community has felt about the show. And I can tell you that absolutely unanimous, well, not unanimous, but close. I mean, it was a runaway great show, according to the community. It was, it wasn't good. It wasn't okay. It certainly wasn't bad. It wasn't all time, but it was firmly a great show. And so I don't think that it was a show that people were down on necessarily. I think the average person, honestly, and obviously, who is the average person? Because you got casuals, you got hardcores. But I think if we were to average it out, I think the average score would have been mid to high 7s, right? Maybe an 8. And I think it would have been, there was plenty in there I enjoyed. I thought some of the wrestling was good. I didn't see anyone saying that every match was trash. So I think everyone got something from at least one of the matches, right? So the matches, not maybe all of them didn't deliver, but there was moments in there that did. And there was a lot of star power, and it had a lot of big show feel, right? And I think all of that is true. But the word that kept getting used in our opinion video was overhyped. It was overhyped. I think a lot of people were expecting bigger, or not bigger. Actually, bigger is probably the wrong word, because I think they did go big. But do you know what? To go big is not always a good thing if you don't have the creative to back it up. Like bringing in The Undertaker is big because we don't see him very often. But then if he's only going to ride around the ring, it's going to leave you a little disappointed, because you don't see The Undertaker often. And when you do, you want it to be meaningful, like WrestleMania 40 was. That was perfect. I mean, we saw him for all of a few seconds, but it was at such a key moment that those few seconds meant more than if he'd have done 5 minutes of just cutting a promo. If he'd have done a 5-minute promo earlier in WrestleMania, earlier in the day, that wouldn't have meant as much as that few seconds that he actually did helping Cody. That meant way more. So going big is great, but you've got to back it up with like the right creative. And I think that what last night was it was a lot of sizzle and not the right amount of steak. We out-sizzled the steak last night. But the whole thing combined, I think, still shook out to be in the 7s and for some in the 8s. So I think the word overhyped was the word that I think probably fitted the show the best, but still had plenty about it. People still seem to really enjoy it. And, I went on a few websites. They were giving it like, one website gave it a 6. Another one gave it a 7 point something. There was another one that gave it an 8. I didn't see anything that was like 4, 3, 5. Equally, I didn't see anything that was like 9, 10, It was sort of all in that range, as I said, in that 7s range, going towards 8s. I think that would be the average. So, and actually, even you, Delwyn, just looking, you've given it 7.5. So, perfect. To perfectly hammer home the point we're making. Even you yourself have scored it 7.5. So yeah, I think it was fine. It was absolutely perfect in the sense of it was an episode of Raw. It was a normal weekly episode of Raw that was a bit overhyped. Didn't quite deliver as much as we was hoping it would, but the star power was there and there was plenty to be happy about, but plenty to grumble about as well. But one thing I know about wrestling fans, because I am one, we don't mind the odd thing to grumble about. If anything, it might even make the show a bit better. I remember a famous scene, actually, and I wonder if this is true of wrestling fans. If Wrestle with Andy's around, he'll remember it, yeah? But there was an episode of Frasier where they go out to a restaurant, and I think Daphne asks Frasier and Niles, like, did you have a nice meal? And they were like, oh, it was amazing. Like, the food was amazing. The service was amazing. It's just right at the very end, there was a slight issue with, like, paying the bill or whatever. There was a slight issue with a technical issue with the card machine. And she turned around and went, oh, so the perfect evening then? And he was like, yep, I wouldn't have changed a thing. And I think the reason he said that, the point that they said that was because it gave them something to pick over on the way home, rather than just being like, that was perfect, everything was perfect. Oh, but if only that card reader had just been like done a better job. If they could just fix that, if they could get a better card reader, that place would be one of the greatest places we've ever been to. And I always remember that scene. I always remember that where she's like, oh, so it was a perfect night out then, when he says that there was like a slight fault. And I do feel like wrestling fans are that way as well. Like, there's loads of stuff to enjoy, but if there's the odd thing that you can like pick over and go, well, I didn't like that because of this, and that, and it allows you to have those conversations. Wrestling fans don't mind that. Wrestling fans actually still get something out of that as well. And I think there was plenty of that on display, mainly thanks to The Rock and Hogan, who was also another massive talking point coming out of yesterday's show. I probably saw more conversations about Hogan being booed out the building than I think I did on anything else. So I've actually got a Hogan folder set up for Unseen, because there were so many memes and little bits and bobs floating around about Hogan being booed out the building that he's even got his own folder in Unseen later. So Delwyn, so appreciate the support, my friend. And I hope it seems like you got something from the show, and I'm really, really pleased to hear that, buds. I'm really pleased to hear that. Let's go to Lord Sheargrath. Oh.
Lord Sheargrath. After last night's show, it's now the God of W's 15, Alexa stands 0. They just never learn, do they? I have contacts,
So, I do love Lord Sheargrath for this. Lord Sheargrath, for those that don't know, is just desperate, adamant, passionate that Alexa is not joining the Wyatt 6. I don't even know why, actually. I don't know why. I don't know why this has become such a passion project for Lord Sheograth, but it is a bit of a passion project. And every time like she's teased and people get a bit carried away about, oh my God, she's coming, she's going to be there. Lord Sheograth's like, it's not happening. It won't happen. And again, you know, there was a lot of people saying she would be there because of Howdy not being around. The door is opened. Has he gone away to go and get her? We know that she's on her way back. But again, rumours were that she's not going to come straight back into the group. I keep saying it. I sound like a broken record. I do think she goes into the group eventually because of that URL. And it did seem to imply that the 6th member, which we know the first letter is an A, there was a second part to that URL which gave us the last letter, which was an S. So, you know, Alexa Bliss fits that. And that URL very clearly showed us that she was going to arrive after the original 5. There's going to be 5, and then there's going to be one person that comes at a later date. And so I do think she joins the group at some point, but I'm pretty chill about it. I want the story to be right. And I said this the other day. I don't think this story is right. I don't think she's needed for the Wyatt 6 right now. I mean, we saw the salt or whatever, the powder thrown in Howdy's face. And since then, he's gone away, right? We haven't seen him since. But we saw the Wyatt 6 kind of get the better of Final Testament. Like, was it the week after or 2 weeks after? There's really not much there for us to need to get her. Do you know what I mean? Like, to go and get her for this feud just feels a bit of a waste. I would much rather we start the Judgment Day feuds and we have Raquel and Liv battling with Nikki, and Nikki is constantly outnumbered, and actually have Nikki get, like, you know, she's fighting, she's trying, but she's also getting really deflated. Like, her morale is suffering because whatever she tries, she just cannot, she can't, there's no way she can beat Liv and Raquel. And so, you know, and the guys can't really do much. They could grab Raquel, drag her away, but, you know, next week they're attacking Nikki again. And it's like, she needs help. She actually needs help. And I think that would be a much better spot for Alexa to come in, rather than this current storyline where it just doesn't feel like she's needed that badly. So, I don't know. I don't know. Even next week, I think we get the Wyatts next week. But I can't even say that I think Alexa's going to be part of that. Because at the moment, unless we really, you know, do something creatively, it just doesn't feel like she's needed to me. I really don't think the Wyatt 6 should struggle against Final Testament and Paul Ellering. I know people will say, yeah, but they're outnumbered. It's Paul Ellering. You're honestly, who's just an old guy. You're honestly telling me this group cannot deal with being outnumbered by one person that's an old man. That's honestly the story you're telling me, is the Wyatt 6 are not capable of dealing with a group their own size, and they've just got an old man but as an extra, like a manager. Like, the Wyatt 6 can't deal with that. So they have to go and get Alexa, do they? Like, I just think that actually makes the Wyatt 6 look quite weak. I actually think that does them more harm than goods, because the message you're telling me is they couldn't cope. They couldn't deal with it. They had to go and get another member. They had to go and get someone else to deal with an old man. And I don't like that. I just don't think that's a very good story. I think of all the stories you could tell, of all the ways that you could bring Alexa back, I just really don't think this is a good one. So, yeah, part of me is hoping that we don't actually see Alexa in this feud for that very reason. And I would save it where we have something a little bit more meaningful. Something where I think we could really build up to like a really good return. You know, we haven't even really been getting any teases apart from I opened the door, which could have meant anything. That could have meant that there's no even guarantee that even connects to Alexa. That could have just been a little, we've seen loads of logos, symbols, terminology used from Nightbirds. People seem to latch on to the theory that that must connect to Alexa, and people just have not been able to let that go. And listen, it could connect to Alexa, but it doesn't have to. So, yeah, I think the Alexa conversation is a very interesting one. I have put a tweet out, and I still stand by that tweet. I think she deserves a better creative for her return than the one that's currently being offered. So I would like to see that evolve. I'd like to see that creative kind of improve, and then we bring her back. But word on the street last year was she was not even going to come straight back into the group. So unless that's changed, that could still be true as well, which might imply that we don't actually get her till the Rumble. It could be that we just don't get Alexa till the Rumble. Next week, we know that Becky was meant to be on the show last night, but apparently they did the Undertaker spot instead. So Rhea had Undertaker. I think that's where Becky was going to make her presence felt, was during that match. We know they did Undertaker instead, so Becky is ready to return. So actually next week, they might go with the Becky return over an Alexa return. They could do both. But with week 3 coming up, with Saturday night's main event coming up, with the Royal Rumble coming up, would you want to burn through lots of returns in the same week? I don't think I would. I would space them out. So I think there's a good chance that we actually get Becky on next week's Raw, because she was meant to be there last night. And then that would put a bit of doubt in my mind about Alexa coming back the same week, because that would suck for Alexa. Imagine coming back the same show that Becky returns. That would be like what we did to Randy at the Survivor Series. Randy came back at Survivor Series and then is immediately overshadowed by CM Punk coming back. Like that would suck for Alexa as well, to be honest. So I would delay it personally. I would delay it. Tommy, shout out to you. Tommy, what was your message? I saw it got deleted, so it might have been a little bit spicy. But Tommy, you was kind enough to donate, so I will try and keep an eye out for your comment, buds. Right, let's grab some random ones. There's Aaron. Loving Aaron. Let's see what Aaron's got to say. Aaron
Hanahan. Member. I think Cena wins MITB, announces cash in at SummerSlam, and hopefully faces CM Punk for the championship like Raw 1000.
I hope Cena, Money in the Bank, cash in, faces Punk. So you want him to cash in advance. And then we end up getting CM Punk for the CM Punk Cena for the championship. Got you. Yeah, it'd be fun. I'd be down. I'm down with Cena winning Money in the Bank. Really, I'm pretty much down for anything with Cena this year. I'm not crazy about seeing him against Logan, but I do think that's a match we get at some point. So mentally, I'm prepared for that. But yeah, him winning Chamber, him winning Rumble, him winning Money in the Bank, I don't mind. I know a lot of people will be like, no, it should be the youngsters. But I sort of feel like, well, it's now or never. I mean, they're not wrong. It's now or never. We either do it now or we never do it. So what are we going to do? And so Cena winning Money in the Bank one last time, I'm okay with it. Cena winning the Rumble one last time, I'm okay with it. Him winning Elimination Chamber, I'm okay with it. Him getting 17, I would really like. Him winning the IC belt, I'm okay with it. I did say, though, that I don't feel like that's something that's a priority. And I stand by that, because I don't think Undertaker ever won the Intercontinental. And as the point I made was, does that make him like less of a star? Hogan, I don't think ever won the Intercontinental. Does that make him less of a star? I just sort of feel like the Grand Slam thing is, if you achieve it, it's cool, but like it ain't nothing compared to how many world titles you've had, you know? I feel like if you're a 7-time world champion, that means a hell of a lot more than if you're a Grand Slam champion. A Grand Slam champion means you won the top title, tag belts, and a mid-card belt. A lot of people win the mid-card belts and tag belts as they're coming through. So, like, Grand Slam, it's cool, it's fine, but I just don't think it's an honor that really means a great deal. I think, like, isn't The Miz like a 2-time Grand Slam champion? Which, I mean, you know, I'm sure he would trade that in for being a 10-time world champion or a 5-time world champion. Like, I don't know, the Grand Slam thing, I've never really put much weight into it. So Cena winning the IC belt, you can do it and you can give him the Grand Slam thing, but I'm much more into him getting 17. I'm much more into that. That's way, way, way more important, unimaginably more important. No one's talking about should he, you know, I hope he becomes a Grand Slam champion. It's all about can he break that records of having more world title reigns than anyone else.
Lethal Trini Barbie. Oh no, y'all, I'm afraid I have a confession in a lot of you, and the community will be shocked. But it turns out I'm a bitch. I know this came out of nowhere.
American Nightmare, shout out to you.
Does the 17th title win mean anything? That's just a WWE record, not wrestling as a whole.
Does the 17th title mean anything? Yes. It is wrestling as a whole. Because Ric Flair's titles, part of his 17, are ones that were from outside WWE. So, yeah, to my knowledge, I'm not aware of anyone. This is where it gets messy. It gets messy because we are talking about titles that WWE recognize. So WWE don't recognize all world titles. So, for example, if you're a AEW world champion, I don't know that you are regarded as being a world champion. I don't know that Swerve would be regarded as a world champion or former world champion in WWE's eyes. I don't know that they recognize the AEW world because, you know, if you think about it, a lot of indie promotions, a lot of smaller promotions, they call their title the world title, okay? Well, you know, there's going to be lots of wrestlers on the indie scene. Matt Cardona, for example, he's going to have gone to loads of different promotions. He's going to win loads of world titles. But, you know, do these world titles mean anything, right? How global are these flipping promotions, these little regional promotions, right? Every promotion tends to have its top belt, its world champion, yeah? So who's really in charge of that? We don't really have anyone in charge of saying that is legit, that is not. So WWE have had to kind of take it upon themselves to decide which titles they recognize and which ones they don't. Now, the NWA title is recognized. The WCW title was recognized. The WWE stuff was recognized. I think a lot of the territory titles have been recognized because they were so long ago, it doesn't really matter anymore, right? They're not competition anymore. So you can recognize them because they're in the past. But something like AEW, I don't know that WWE would want that to be recognized, even though it probably should be, because they are global. You know, they have put shows on around the world. They are the second biggest promotion in America. I think the second biggest promotion in the world. I think they're clear of New Japan revenue-wise and everything. So legitimately, the second biggest wrestling promotion in the world, their top title should be regarded as a world championship. But because they're competition to WWE, I would be surprised if WWE recognized them as world champions. That's something that we're going to need to figure out soon, because soon we will get former world. I don't think we have one yet. I'm trying to think. Cody never won it, for example. But it would be very interesting if Cody had won the AEW world title. It'd be very interesting to know how many times world champion do WWE regard him as if he had won it. You know, when MJF comes over, because I think he will at some point, but when MJF comes over, are they going to regard him as a X-time world champion because of his time in AEW? That will be very interesting. I feel like the answer is they won't, because AEW are competition, but I don't know that. So in regards to the 17th, there's lots of world titles that are regarded. There's some world titles that are not regarded. And, WWE are the ones that really put that together. The truth is that Ric Flair's had like 20-odd title reigns. He's had 20-odd title reigns. And so, yeah, he's had 20-odd title reigns, and he is not had some of those recognized for various different reasons. And so the number is like, up in the air. But I think even Ric Flair has spoken about how he's happy for someone to break his record. I think even Ric Flair is kind of on board, if you will, with the fact that, the message now has got out to the majority of fans. He's had 16. When that record is broken, if Cena does break it, I have no doubts that we're actually going to see Ric Flair come out and then start saying, actually, it's 20. But, WWE, like, at the moment, he's not really been saying that because he's the current joint record holder. But I think as soon as someone breaks it, I think you'll see him change his tune. And he'll be like, well, actually, my record's 26. They just said it was 16 because they didn't want to recognize these title changes or these belts. But really, they should. So really, I am still the record. I think he'll start doing that. So does 17 mean something? I would say yes, because this, WWE is the biggest promotion. That message has gone out around the world. It does mean something. I think you've got to be a real hardcore fan to go as far into the rabbit hole as what we've just said and what we've discussed, So, I think to the majority, to the casuals, even to the hardcores that haven't looked into it that much, you could be a hardcore wrestling fan that watches all the shows, but still not know the breakdown of, like, okay, every title, what is classed as a world title, how many title reigns has they been? Actually, it turns out Ric Flair had more, but a lot of those reigns weren't valid. Blah, 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 So I think, yeah, it does mean something because WWE are making it mean something. And I think it's going to mean a lot this year. When he gets 17, it's going to be a big, big moment. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Let's see what Metal Mama's got to say. Appreciate the support, buds.
Metal Mama, 1987. Member, $5. Been listening on TV, had to come comment yesterday during Raw. Alexa posted Girl Day at Disney. Felt like Lord reposting it, lol. Love her, but want to own first.
Been listening on TV, had to comment. During Raw, Alexa posted Girl Day at Disney. Felt like Lord reposting it. Love her, but want own first. Yeah, so I believe she was at Disney, wasn't she, yesterday? I always find with those posts, though, that you never quite know as to whether they're legit or not. I mean, that one obviously turned out to be legit. But sometimes we see that, don't we, where, like, even wrestlers do it, where they put up pictures or pictures that we might not have seen before to kind of throw us off the scent. For example, Alexa easily yesterday could have put a picture of her up at Disney saying they're having a great time at Disney and then still showing up on the show because that Disney picture could have been took a week ago. We just never saw it. And so those kind of photo evidence kind of things don't always know that they're true. Obviously, after the show, if she never shows, you go, oh, right, yeah, it was true. But that one is one that I would always be like, not sure. Like at the time, I would, if I never saw it at the time actually, but had I have seen it during our stream, I would have said, take this with a pinch of salt because this doesn't guarantee she's not around. Even if she's putting it up herself on her social media, it could be that it's an old picture that she's doing it just to throw us off the scent. But that one, you're right, turned out to be legit. So, very good. We'll have to see what happens with her moving forwards. Ewan, shout out to you. I'm just trying to grab some random comments here and just getting them read out. I wonder, can I change Trucker Ted, actually? I like to mix it up. I don't like to stay on one for too long. Let's get like one that's a bit... Let's go... What's Charlotte sound like?
Yes, I have a lot of furniture and a lot of books.
Melina?
No, I don't like that because sometimes I'm not at home.
Yeah, we'll go Melina. She knows what she wants, and I appreciate that.
You and Kennedy. On Alexa, I believe she lives in Orlando and visits Disneyland regularly. Disneyland is in LA. Easy to throw people off.
So Disneyland is in LA. Disney World is in Orlando. I know that because of something I was sent on a Daze Reacts video. That LA is inland, so that is LA. Disney World has got ORL in it because of world. That's how you know it's Orlando. And I didn't know that. And I love that. So now I've remembered that. So I never saw the picture. But again, she goes to Disney a lot. Would we be surprised to find out that she's been to Disneyland in LA like last year or something like that? I would not be shocked to find out that she is such a big Disney fan that she actually regularly goes to both parks. That would not surprise me. So again, I go back to what I was saying. If she put a picture up yesterday, sort of showing that she was in Disneyland and somehow it said Disneyland in the background, that could still be an old image taken a month ago, 2 months ago, 6 months ago. Like, for me, when wrestlers put these images up to kind of throw you off the scent, you never know if they're doing it to catch you off guard and to swerve you. So I don't know. She could have been there yesterday. She still might not have been there yesterday. But either way, she definitely wasn't at Raw. We know that. Undercover Manager, shout out to you. Let's see what Undercover Manager is saying.
Undercover Manager. Last night's show was good love, the history feel of it all, but I do feel they missed a trick, could have debuted a new star or faction as well. Maybe have a big angle, some kind of attack with extra views.
Yeah, I don't disagree. They could have started something. I think you're right. I think there was nothing really to set up next week, which was very surprising. I feel like you could tune into that show last night and get everything from it, and that's it. Like, what was there on the show that made you go, oh, I need to watch next week? I need to watch next week. I mean, maybe Chad saying, give me the best luchador, but I don't know. Is that even remotely strong enough for the casual fan to be like, oh, I need to tune in? I think, there's no Cena advertised for next week. There's no Rock advertised for next week. Clearly not going to get Undertaker next week. So unless they're just hoping that the show was so mind-blowing, like it was so big that people are like, oh, I'm going to watch that again, just because they think they're going to get those names again next week and they don't quite know that they won't. They could have done something big, ended on a massive cliffhanger that really sets up, like you do with a normal TV show. A normal TV show, you end on a massive cliffhanger to try and get people to tune in again next week. I agree with you. I'm surprised we did not end that show with something monumental. I actually thought when the community was talking about Becky potentially coming out at the end of the show to help Seth beating up on CM Punk and have the two of them standing tall over Punk being down and everyone wondering, is this going to lead to AJ Lee? It might not have, but we can easily find someone to partner up with Punk if AJ Lee doesn't want to return. Easily find someone. I mean, first of all, he knows all the girls down in NXT. They all flipping love him. He could have gone and got Roxanne Perez. Imagine that. Can't have AJ Lee, so he goes and gets Roxanne Perez from NXT. I mean, that would be monster for her. And she's a great talent. She's ready to come up. Like, we could have done that. So, yeah, I think that we missed, I agree with you. I think we missed a trick in like not setting up some massive, a big cliffhanger or something that kind of brings people back next week. I think they're just hoping the size and the scale and the sizzle will have just naturally done that.
It's Bryn again. If John was to become a 17-time champ, it would mean he would have lost the world title 17 times. Ha ha ha, what a boomer.
I do love that. Very good. Very good.
Porky Pig. true, I would have had the tribal combat match main event and The Rock turning on Roman after winning.
Okay. James, shout out to you. Let's get James's comment.
James Chadwick. Remember, Daze Becky was never planned for Raw last night, confirmed by my mate SRS.
Yeah, I just saw that news, actually. So this came through a couple of hours ago, and it's actually contradicting news that was doing the rounds earlier in the day, which is the news I saw, that she was there or was meant to be there, and it was replaced by the Undertaker thing. I need to go back into the folders to see who initially reported that. They could still be true. It could still be correct, because actually what Fightful are reporting is that Becky was not at the show, but if her segment had been scrapped because they went and got the Undertaker instead, then maybe that's why she wasn't at the show, because she wasn't needed. Maybe if the Undertaker segment hadn't have happened, she would have been there, as was reported. So I don't know. I've actually got what was on Fightful in front of me. So, this dropped a couple of hours ago. I haven't seen this news yet, or this thread. It's on Fightful Select, so let's have a little look at it. So, Raw on Netflix, backstage news. There were huge boos for the Saudi Arabia video package to do with the Royal Rumble. I did actually get a comment from someone that was at the show that said that. So that's actually in Unseen later. But good to have it confirmed. There was no main event or speed tapings. We were told the unveiling of the ring was a big part of WWE's... The unveiling of the ring? Why? And getting matches before 5 p.m. local time just wasn't optimal. There was production for Raw, only seen by the likes of WrestleMania. So production for the show was WrestleMania level. Triple H's Open, Logan Paul video wasn't listed on the initial rundown. So a couple of things on the run sheets that weren't mentioned that we ended up getting, but nothing seismic. The Rock was hanging out backstage after his segment. We've all seen the videos of that. This week was Rhea Ripley's second one-on-one match on Raw in the last 12 months and third on Raw in that period. So Rhea really does not compete on Raw all that often. We're told the backstage area was stressful, considering the importance of the show. Michael Hayes and Bobby Roode produced the Rock segment. There aren't usual producers for segments that don't have physicality. Why did they produce that segment? And it was just a promo and it was weird. WWE did not use the blanket sound they usually use on the Raw broadcast. I don't know what that means. Will Freddie, Kieran Culkin, Maurice, Kay Adams, Eric Andre were amongst other names that were at the show but weren't noted on the broadcast. As noted, Becky was not at the show. Talent we spoke to thought Becky and Penta would be there, but that wasn't the case. WWE could have gone much longer if they wanted to. They do have a flexible out. So that's what Fightful are reporting as of a few hours ago. Yeah, interesting. Where are we? 45 minutes to go. Patrick, shout out to you, buds. Let's see what Patrick's saying. It always takes a while to load.
Patrick Whalen. Just saw that there is a massive wildfire in the Los Angeles area. Evacuations are being ordered. I hope everyone at the show is okay.
A massive wildfire? Really? Yeah, I hope everyone's okay. I haven't seen anything coming through about that. Let's go down. Uncle Revel, shout out to you. Let's copy this. Boom. Boom.
Uncle Revel. I'm not looking forward to Logan Paul winning a world title.
Ugh.
Not because of any dislike for him, but it just means we get a 45-minute unseen of Daze grumbling.
Yep. You will. And I'll make sure to mention you, Uncle Revel.
Big time Baxter. Daze, if we look back at Saturday night's main event, Raw on Netflix. Raw after Mania 40 and SmackDown premiere on USA is aside for Cody Steel Cage. These shows heavily hyped and end up below expectatio.
I feel like the way they read these, it's not very clear, is it? Like, it probably would be better if I show you the words so you can read it yourself as it says it. So, Daze, if we look back at Saturday night's main event, Raw on Netflix, Raw after Mania 40 and SmackDown premiere on USA, aside from a solo Cody Steel Cage, these shows are heavily hyped and they end up below expectation. Yep. And honestly, we should learn from that. We should learn from that. We should learn that that is what they do, you know? We shouldn't keep getting caught out by it, really. So next time we do a show similar to this, we should go into it with our eyes open and really be aware of, you know, this is what they do. So, you know, Raw after Mania this year, I'm ready. I'm going to be ready. Saturday night's main event, I'm ready. Yeah. I know it's not probably going to be as big as they hype it up to be.
Apollas Travels. Hello, Daze. How are you doing today?
Good.
Also, let's hope NXT is better than that car crash Raw last night.
You didn't enjoy it. Yeah, I'm doing good. My voice is okay. I think you can tell it's a little worn, right? Actually, I might have a strepsil. It feels fine. I'm just worried that it's going to give out at some point because obviously we're going to get some big dramatic moments tonight. So, yeah, but it feels fine. It's not sore or anything along those lines. But yeah, I mean, it was a massive show. I was really pleased with the amount of people that was joining us. It was so great to see so many people around, and I just hope that tonight is going to be as good. I really do. I really hope that tonight is going to deliver and is going to be as good as everyone's hoping it's going to be. I think that the talent in NXT is there. I think the match card looks really strong. I think, you know, there's no reason to think that this can't follow up yesterday and actually, you know, deliver a really strong offering. I think we'll be really disappointed if these matches underwhelm tonight. Roxanne Giulia, I don't want to get too carried away, but I mean, honestly, it could be like the best WWE match we see in January. I mean, that match, we'll see. We'll see what they've got for us, but I am going into this show with some real optimism. Boom.
Big time Baxter. Days when the biggest talking point is the backlash Hogan got that really does put to perspective how Raw left a lot to be desired. None of the dirt sheet reported backstage being thrilled with the show.
None of the dirt sheets reported backstage being thrilled with the show. Oh, really? None of the dirt sheets were thrilled with the show. Triple H came out and obviously was quite happy about it. He in it, and he would be, of course, in his post-show thing. He seemed to be like, you know, as a fan, I tried to watch it as a fan, and I really enjoyed it. But of course, he would say that he booked it, and if he's going to turn around and say that he didn't enjoy it, everyone else has then got permission to follow suit. So I think it's one of those, isn't it, where it's a personal thing, it's a personal opinion. It's going to come down to what everyone felt themselves, and what I saw was a lot of sevens and a lot of the community giving it a great rating. I think there was enough there for this to be regarded as a good Raw, a really good Raw, if you judge it by Raw standards. But if you judge it by, this was the first episode of Netflix, it was really big, it was really hyped, then, you know, the word overhyped was then a word that people were using. So I suppose a lot is going to come down to perspective. You know, if you look at it as it being a normal Raw, you're going to have one perspective. If you look at it as being a special Raw, that was the first on Netflix and it was this basic PLE and I'm going to judge it by that standard, then you probably end up with a different perspective. So, I don't know. Are you a glass half full person or are you a glass half empty person? And I think that goes some way into answering as to how much you enjoyed the show.
Lord Shiogarath. 4 matches, too many legends, 3 hours wasted. Bang, average show for me. I scored 6.5/10.
6.5 is not bad, to be honest, for a below average show. And as I said, I was seeing the majority being in the 7s. So, yeah, I don't think that's an unfair comment.
Kim's Trains, a.k.a. Nick Butcher. Dork Knight, no way. Adama is quality. I would swap him for maybe Wissa at a push. We did try to sign Wissa before we got Nelson.
Football talk. We have all kinds of conversations going on in the chat. I'm just grabbing random long messages.
Apalas Travels. I feel that Solo needed that win to establish his presence as a heel, and then The Rock forgetting about Kayfabe. Even Punk vs. Seth could have been a lot more violent due to how the promos were before. Yeah,
do you know what's really interesting about Punk versus Seth? I actually had quite a few people getting in touch saying that match banged. If you looked and watched the Raw review video, I was surprised at the number of people that were telling me that match was so good. That match really delivered. I was down on the show until we got to the main event. And it really made me question, did I miss something? Did I miss something? Why did I not feel that way about that match? Why that match I thought was fine. I thought it was perfectly acceptable, but actually not a match that is sticking with me. Not a match that, the community scored it good 91%. The amount of matches that would be ahead of that this year are, hundreds of matches will be ahead of that this year. But the way some people were talking, they were saying it was it really helped save the show for them. And I was like, what have I missed? I feel like I've missed something. And I don't think those people are wrong. I feel like I missed something. I feel like I was wrong. I feel like I should have enjoyed it more. And I think the reason why I feel that way is because it never grabbed me at the start. It just never drew me in. And I feel like that could be my fault. I feel like I should have been on board with it quicker, but I just couldn't get into it. I think for those of you that did get on board with it quicker and got into it at the start, by the time it was getting really good, I can imagine you was really oh my God, this is amazing. But actually, it was only the back end of the match that really brought me in. So I found that by the time I was oh, this is good. Oh, yeah. Crowd is starting to go, this is awesome. And then it ended. And then it was over. And so it just didn't have enough of that to really keep me engaged. So I need to rewatch the match, I think. I need to rewatch the match. That's one that is bugging me, actually. I don't feel like that main event. I don't feel like I've got a good read of it, even though I watched it, because people told me it was so good and I just didn't feel that way. And I don't think those people are wrong. Tyler, appreciate it, man. Let's see what Tyler's got to say.
Hahn. Hey, Daze, I took it as a special show and I thought it was or good except the Rock thing that was weird. But I say 7 out of 10 fun watch.
Yep. Tyler, shout out to you, buds. So you took it as a special show. You thought it was good, except for the Rock thing, which was weird. 7 out of 10. Tyler, appreciate the support, buds. I really appreciate the support. And honestly, I am right with you. I think the Rock thing is weird, as we said. Him being out of character, if that's what he's done, I don't like it. I'm an old school boomer. I know kayfabe is dead, but for me, there has to be a line. There has to be a point where we don't cross that line, And for me, appearing on the show out of character would be that. And I don't even know if that's what he's done, but that is a lead-in theory, and it fits. But we're not going to quite know until we see him next time. I don't think we get much answer tonight on that. We're going to need to see him again next time, aren't we? and see if he comes out as final boss or if he's still, flipping the friendly next door neighbor. How you doing? How's the wife? Do you need to borrow the lawnmower? Like, he was just flipping happy-go-lucky, weren't he? Drinking backstage with Drew and everything.
Lisa Brown. Daze, if Cena suffers an injury and has to miss time during his farewell tour, will he add time to his tour to make up for lost time, or will he still retire at the end of the year?
I think he still retires. I think what he's doing is he's pushing a lot of his projects into 2026, and he is making this year the year he really wraps up his wrestling. So if he does pick up an injury this year, which is very realistic with considering how inactive he's been, if he picks up an injury at some point this year, I don't see a way that you can add that time on. The only thing I would say is if he has a major injury after the Rumble or after a Chamber, maybe even after WrestleMania, and they've not done that perfect farewell match, I think what you might see is him come back 2026 to have that final match. But I don't see him coming back and doing 6 months that he missed. So if he gets injured in June, August, I don't see him coming back and finishing off those final 4 months. The wrestling world is always moving forward as well. So, plans would have to change. Characters will have changed. Situations will have changed. So they can't lay out a plan, him get injured and then try and get back to that plan. And I don't know that he'll ever have the time to really dedicate, 3-4 months to wrestling again because of all the projects and films and stuff that he's going to have coming up. So, no, honestly, I don't think it's looking good. If he gets injured, I think it's a real concern. I think he will always want that final match to be right, though. So if he got injured in June and his last match was just, the Logan match or whatever, I think there's a chance he would then come back and do his final match. But I don't know. That's interesting. They're going to bill WrestleMania as his last WrestleMania, and they're going to sell tickets off the back and have people tune in off the back that this is Cena's last WrestleMania. If he gets injured after that, would they be willing to make an exception and have him appear at 42 to end his career? I mean, they did say once in a lifetime for 28 and then did the exact same match at 29, but that was Vince. Would this current creative do that? I think they probably would. I think it could be a case that, listen, things change. And we did say 41 was his last, but due to the injury, we want to make sure he gets sent off right. And the best way of doing that is WrestleMania. And so WrestleMania 42 will not only be his last WrestleMania, but it'll be his last match. And that's where we're going to do it. And you will get some probably grumble about the fact that 41 was billed as his last WrestleMania. But yeah, I think there's probably a good chance that they would have to do something like that if he was to get injured. But fingers crossed he doesn't, and fingers crossed they can present this story the way that it's laid out,
John Woodmass. Hulk Hogan's new theme lyrics. When it comes crashing down and I'm booed inside, you gotta make a stand, then go and have to hide.
Let's go. James.
James Chadwick. I enjoyed Raw. Could have done without Hogan, obviously. Could have had Meyer matches that banged, Rock stuff bit odd, but it is what it is. Other than that, it was fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's fair. Absolutely fair. A. Jobson.
Everyone who believed HAH's yarn about the debut being WrestleMania-esque deserved to be disappointed. How no one saw this coming a mile away after the 2023 he booked is beyond me.
Yeah, but he's booked some good stuff as well. I think a lot of people were really into WrestleMania 40. And I think the way we look at Triple H is he's kind of grown into the job. So 2023, you can look at parts of that and be like, oh, yeah, he's botched this, he's botched that, Theory cash in, Alexa and Ronda and the way that went. Listen, there was bits in 2024 I was not a fan of. I'm sure there was plenty over the past few years that you weren't a fan of as well. But I think, big picture, it's been great. And it's been really enjoyable. And, having gone through 2019... 2020 Thunderdome, even coming out into 2022, where we're kind of stretching our arms and getting back out there again. Even that was not brilliant. I think 2023, 2024, that's kind of felt a little 96, 97. Like 96, 97 is us building to something, and there's momentum and there's excitement. And I feel like that's 2023, 2024. What I don't know is 2025 going to be it? Is this it? Is this where we really start hitting some peaks? Because you can definitely say the WrestleMania 40 finishing the story was a peak. I don't know that there was a great deal after that, though. I mean, I feel like finishing the story, but then people were really disappointed with what happened with Cody after. So I sort of feel like with Cena's last year, Netflix, you look at 2025, Punk is going to have a full year, hopefully. And as we said, Netflix debut, that was monster. Or at least it was being hyped as being monster. I think it was monster. Again, it was just a lot of sizzle, not much steak. And then Cena, the final farewell of Cena. And, potential for turns. Does Randy turn? What are we going to do with Roman? Blah, 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 blah. Rock's going to be around. Obviously, we're not so sure about that now, but go back a little while ago, it certainly felt like he was going to be part of WrestleMania. You can sort of understand why 2025 people were getting, excited. And is this going to be where it all starts paying off? Is this going to be the 98, the 99? Is this going to be the Attitude Era? Not that we're ever going to go to those values, but I'm just talking about how people, look back to that period and just melt. Because there's a lot of people that really love the Attitude Era. It was never my favorite era. I've said that before. But it is an era that people see as a real high spot for WWE. And so the kind of thought was 2023, 2024, the build to what 2020. So this is why I think people went in with that expectation of here we go. Are you ready? And then it's just not quite delivered. But I don't want to really say that, because I sort of feel like that's not quite fair, because, again, if your perspective is to look at this as a Raw compared to last week and the week before and the week before and the week before, then, I mean, it was a lot of fun. There was a lot of big names. We had Roman Reigns wrestling on Raw. We had Rhea Ripley against Liv, a storyline that I just can't remember any other women's storyline ever, because it's been going on that long. We got that match, and we got a winner, and all right, it wasn't clean, but her finish was clean. Rhea's win was clean, but there was still a bit of outside interference from Dominic, Raquel, whatever. But, we got that. That was done. We obviously, Seth and Punk, they faced each other. If you think about all the drama when, Punk came in, to compare this to a normal Raw with what they gave us with Rock and Undertaker and everything, you can see why the casuals were excited. But equally, I think we've spoken enough now. I think we've said enough. I think we've kind of broke it down more than enough about why the hardcores didn't necessarily feel the same, So it's fine. Listen, we move. That's it. It's done. It's in the rear view mirror. It's over. We move forward. We got a great show tonight. I think SmackDown's going to be decent on Friday, as I said, because this will be the first SmackDown on Netflix. And I think there is something to that. So internationally, I know it's still going to be on USA Network in America. But, NXT's on CW in America tonight, and they've gone huge with this. So I think SmackDown could have a little something about it on Friday. And, it ain't going to be that long till we're at Saturday night's main event. I think we know a bit better what to expect from that now. But that was a great bonus. I'll always take wrestling on a Saturday. So that was a great bonus. And before we know it, it'll be time for the Rumble. And who doesn't flipping love the Rumble? So there's lots to be positive about. There's lots to be excited about. But yeah, definitely I get why people are coming out of yesterday still feeling a bit like, it's not quite what I was after.
Jamie M. Stewart. Does this mean that we will never understand what The Rock meant when he stuck the 3 fingers up?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we're going to have to wait and see, aren't we? Because we don't know if what we got yesterday was him just being out of character, and then next time we see him on Raw, he's going to go back to just being the final boss. I mean, I do think that's confusing. It's confusing for hardcore fans, let alone trying to explain that to a casual fan as to why now all of a sudden he's acting completely different. But that is what we've just experienced yesterday, is him coming out acting completely different. So the honest answer is we don't know. We don't know why he did what he did. There are ways of explaining it, and we did that earlier. We explained it earlier, like he can come out and say, with all the executives and everyone was there, do you really think I was going to be honest with you guys? Do you really think I was going to say what I really feel? You should know that Hollywood is fake and phony. And I'm not going to do that in front of all the directors and executives and higher-ups at Netflix being there, right? I know how to play this game. Why do you think I'm so successful? But guess what? They ain't here tonight. They ain't here tonight, so we can get back to a bit of reality. And let me tell you, reality is what this place needs, and blah, 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 and he can be back and he can explain it. And maybe we do then eventually get to what this all meant, right? But I feel like until we get to that next chapter of wherever this Rock story is, because equally, this could be it. He could have done a face turn and just no one told us. That could have happened as well. It could be that whilst he's been away, he's gone, oh, do you know what? Oh, God. I've acted like a douche, Oh, my God. I'm just thinking now about everything I did in 2024. Oh, God. I whipped Cody in the... Oh, that is bad, actually. That is bad. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna turn over a new leaf. And actually, I'm going to have a drink with Cody. I'm going to thank him, give him a hug, and I'll have a drink with him. That'll be all right. I'll find Drew as well. And, I've seen a bit of confusion online. I'll say that Roman's tribal chick. We can fix this. We'll fix this. Maybe he turned face whilst we weren't watching. He had a moment of realization at home, where he realized actually he'd acted like a right douche. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. We don't quite know where the story's going. No one does. No one was expecting what we got.
Jamie M. Stewart. Does this mean that we will never understand what The Rock meant when he stuck the 3 fingers up?
Daze, I just tweeted you some ID breaking news. They're going to load up all the showcase matches on Twitter tomorrow, said James. Thank you, James. Let's go back actually to the chat because we are very quickly running out of time here. So I want to make sure that we are maybe dialing a bit back into NXT. Obviously, this has been very Raw heavy. It was always going to be. And that is absolutely fine because there has been so much for us to talk about. That's nice, isn't it? That's nice. Keep seeing these cards. Look at that. Imagine if you was to get that 1 of 1, The Rock and Roman Reigns combine for their first ever dual autograph. That is worth thousands. Honestly, that is worth so much, that card. Oh my God. Both of their signatures individually goes for hundreds. But if you was to get that, both of them, and that moment where they're... Wow, that is an item, let me tell you. If you was to have that in your collection, that is a real item. Where do you get them? One lucky fan who buys the base version of this card will receive the 1 of 1 autograph with their order. Where do you buy the base version? Shop the collection here. Oh, so you can buy them. Oh, I'm not keen on that. So it's $11.99 and you buy it, available until the 10th and one person will get the signed one. And there is zero doubt in my mind this will be on eBay on the 11th. Same with these as well. So if you buy these, do you get entered into, maybe not that one. That one looks like you do. That one you do. That one, look at that. CM Punk go to sleep. Rhea, mommies, I do love these. I think they're really encouraging them to add a little extra to the thing. So it's not just Rhea Ripley, like mommy's always on top, go to sleep. Obviously they're not. Although he did put OTC there, in all fairness. John Cena just signed it. But yeah, wow. They are nice. These are really great. But oh my God, you're never going to pick these up for any kind of fair price. On eBay, where they're absolutely going to end up, you're going to have to pay serious money for these. Actually, the cost of cards and everything has just really shot up. It was a few years ago during the pandemic that I picked a few up myself. I've actually got some really good ones, which I'm really pleased with. The best one that I got, and I paid quite a bit of money for it during lockdown. I think I ended up paying I genuinely can't remember now. I want to say it might have been 700, but this was going back like 2020. And I wasn't buying figures at that point because I like buying figures like in toy shops, doing toy hunts. And I stopped doing that because of the lockdown. So I actually found myself having a little bit of disposable money for the first time because I wasn't buying figures. And, should I have been saving for a house like I am now? Yes, but I didn't. And what I did was I was like, I saw all these great signed cards, official tops and whatever, and I was like, I'm gonna buy a few of these instead. And so I did, with like the money I wasn't spending on figures anymore. And the best one I picked up, I've still got it actually. I've got a Dusty Rhodes, Cody Rhodes signed card. Cody, I believe, was in AEW at the time. And obviously he's come back to WWE and, he's had all the success he's had and the whole Dusty thing and finishing the story. I don't know what the value of that card is now. I would easily get my money back. I'm sure it's worth more. I'm not worried about that. It's just a lovely item to have, really. So I've got one that's signed legitimately by Dusty Rhodes and Cody on the same card. Very similar to that Rock and Roman one. And it was just absolute fluke. Pure chance that I was able to pick that up at a time where Cody was not doing loads in AEW. I think, he was in the odd feud, whatever. But, I mean, nothing compared to the star he is right now in WWE. So, but that's the unfortunate thing with this cards. This one here with Rock Roman, I mean, this is going to hit the market at like a bonkers price. You're going to spend a lot of money on that straight out the gate. Honestly, if you wanna kind of invest in cards, and I can't really give you much advice because it's not something I do, but the best way of doing it is to invest like in someone, their rookie cards, whatever, that's like in NXT now that you really believe in. So like Femi. When Femi's first card came out, rookie cards, signed or whatever, that, I don't know how much that would be, but considering where we think Oba's going to be in the future, that card, I have to think, stands a good chance going up in value. So it's really about identifying people. And certainly people love rookie cards. It's about identifying people you think are going to get bigger. I don't know that, the price that this sells on eBay, actually, it's going to go on eBay, but the price that this is going to sell at, I don't know that it's going to go up loads. It might do. I really don't know. But I mean, I feel like Roman is as big as he's ever going to be. I feel like Rock's as big as he's ever going to be. So how much movement is there going to be on that card? I don't know. It's just as the market gets more expensive, it'll just follow the market. But for the real gains, that's where you've got to be looking surely at like an Femi cards or a Roxanne Perez maybe, a Giulia right now if she goes on to massive things on the main roster. I mean, really, you're looking for those next big stars. And like, I think Femi, maybe a Trick Williams. maybe none of those will come good. It's a gamble, but, you know, that's kind of, I think if you wanted to get into it and, you know, hopefully get some gains, that's kind of what you'd need to be looking at. But what a beautiful item that is. What a really beautiful item. I would love that. I'm sure many of you would love that. Becky has signed a new contract with WWE. Let's go. Let's go, Queen. Right, where are we? 45 minutes to go. Have we got a countdown? Yes, live now. So, have we got a countdown? It says live now, but I don't have anything live. Remind me, new episodes. I want a countdown. Perhaps it only starts counting down from like 10 minutes or something. So, okay. Let's get back to the chat. Days, I believe The Rock is done. He talked about how hard it was to get into shape. He won't be at WrestleMania 41. I don't think he's done for one reason. And one reason only, and I think, well, two reasons actually, because one just came into my head. One, he is on the TKO board and he's got stocks in TKO. I think he knows that him having a match, making appearances, is always going to boost ratings. It's always going to help the show. And I think financially, he's got $40 million invested in TKO. I think that he will want to, you know, use his influence to make sure that, you know, shows and WrestleManias and things like that are as big as they can be. Now, he can't wrestle forever, but I think where he can get a match in over the next few years in particular, whilst he's still of a recently decent age, I mean, there's going to come a point where he just can't do it, right? Maybe we're at that point, but I sort of feel like the plans were there for him for this year's Mania. That suggests that there was still hope, you know, there was still a chance for him doing something this year. So I feel like we might be in the neighborhood, but I don't feel like we're there yet. And the other big reason is because I can't see him walking away until we do the match with him and Roman. I think he knows the money that him versus Roman would generate. And I think it was the match he wanted last year. Obviously, it never went that way. I sort of feel like he's looking at himself against Cody. And after everything that went down, that's a match he would be interested in. I think he's looking at him against Roman. And I think that's a match he would be interested in. I don't know that he's interested in having a match with CM Punk, but there's money there if he's interested in that. I think there's some very good options on the table. And I think that it's going to be really hard for him to walk away from those. So, yeah, for a few reasons, I think he is still going to try and have some more matches. But WrestleMania 41 very much could be off the table, unfortunately. Everything about yesterday felt like he's not going to be there. Hannah, let's see what Hannah's saying.
Anna WWE Daze, would you say last night's Netflix show was more controversial than spectacular based on what was seen?
No, because I think it was very spectacular. With The Rock being there, Undertaker being there, Cena being there, Roman wrestling, Triple H opening the show, the big curtain, the cold open, the arena, the lights in the crowds, all of that kind of stuff. I think the casual fans will have been like, whoa, you know, I think that it's easy, what with us being hardcore fans, to focus on how overhyped it was. There's no escaping the fact that the Hogan thing made a lot of noise, though. There's no escaping that. So, was there controversy? Absolutely. And was there a lot? Yes. Because I think the whole Rock thing amongst fans was quite controversial, but amongst casual fans, it wouldn't have been. For us fans, it was controversial because we're like, what the hell is he doing? Why is he acting like this? So for us, it would have been. But really, outside of that, what's the only other controversy? Travis Scott with the blunt, I saw get mentioned a bit, but I haven't seen tons about that. It was the Hogan thing, really, but I can't say that made more noise than the show itself. So I would say that it was more spectacular than controversial, but there was still very noisy, controversial aspects, with Hogan being the most controversial because that will have resonated with hardcore fans and casual fans. But the Rock moment would have been controversial to hardcore fans. Casual fans wouldn't even have noticed. The Rock thing was weird. They wouldn't even have noticed.
Dean Kohler. Daze, what if Charlotte, Asuka, Becky, and Alexa come back to form the 4 horsewomen? They get titles, except Alexa. She gets kicked out and joins the Wyatt Six.
I don't think they can be the 4 horsewomen because the 4 horsewomen was Charlotte, Bayley, Becky, and Sasha. So they would have to be a new group, really. So yeah, I don't think wrestling fans would like them referring to themselves as the 4 horsewomen because they're not. It would be like 4 different guys referring to themselves as the 4 horsemen. You know, they're not really. Granted, Becky and Charlotte are 2 original members, but with Bayley still around, I don't know. That's not the way that I would go. You could form a new group with them, give them a new name, right? Have them go after titles, that's fine. Alexa, she could get kicked out and then join the Wyatt Six. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do a group like that, I would like them to be together for a while. So I probably wouldn't go that way. I think if you're going to start a big power group, and the other thing I would say as well is normally with a group like this, you'd want to put a young talent in there. Think like, you know, Evolution. You'd want someone young in there so that they get over. So I actually think it might be more beneficial to have like Becky, Roxanne, Giulia, Stephanie, or Becky, Roxanne, Cora. Do you know what I mean? Like, and maybe you want to put an Asuka in there as well. I sort of feel like having 4 well-established stars all together. I mean, unless your story is that they're banding together because they're from a similar generation and they feel threatened and they don't like this new generation. The Lyra Valkyrias, the EO Skies. They don't like those. It's going to be a bit of a hard sell, though, what with Asuka and EO being so close. Yeah, I don't know. I think storyline telling-wise, that would be quite tricky. I would much rather see a group that had a blend of young and old in it. Keep them together for a while. I suppose a la Damage Control. Bayley was used as a way of really helping get EO and getting Dakota Kai over, right? Because a lot of people hadn't seen them before because they were NXT and not everyone watches NXT. So really, here's Bayley and here's these new girls that are with Bayley. And, well, look at them now. Look at EO, you know, former women's champion. Dakota Kai, she's in the final of the Intercontinental Women's Tournament. She probably will be a world champion at some point as well. So I think it would be better to mix it up, to be honest, and have that blend and have young and old and keep them together for a little while. So that's what I would do. Right, the event is starting in 5 minutes 55. Let's go. Am I down? Why is it not moving down? Oh, there we go. Maka said, will Giulia win the title tonight? I believe so, bud. Yes, I believe so. Okay, poll-wise, we've had 700 votes. 51% of you think Trick Williams wins. 43% think Oba Femi wins. Only 6% think that Eddy Thorpe is going to win. So that's interesting. So it seems like you lot are riding with Trick Williams, thinking that he will find a way of retaining tonight. Let's go. Okay, 5 minutes to go. Wrestle with Andy said, Daze, we need one of those cards with me in the crowds, in the backgrounds, holding your head for our double rookie card. Let's go. I agree. Austin said Trick wins tonight by pinning Eddy. Ober gets it at Stand and Deliver, though I want Ober to win. Rob said, quite excited. This will be my first live NXT. Netflix making it hassle-free for us here in the UK. It's great that it's just there, isn't it? It's brilliant that it's just available to watch for us, so I agree. I've got to think the show's going to open with The Rock. I've got to think that that's the direction that we're going to go in. Okay, 4 minutes to go. They haven't announced anything. They haven't said that that's what we're doing. Eddy is only there to take the pin, said David. Countdown is awesome, said little Joshy. Austin said The Rock is going to beat up Eddie Thorpe. Lisa thinks Trick loses the title, so he can move up to the main roster. Aubrey said, imagine Rhonda joining the Wyatt Six because she felt cast aside and betrayed by the wrestling fans. Well, the Wyatt Six are faces, so if Rhonda was going to have an issue with the fans, it would be a little tricky for her joining the Six, because that would have the Six sort of moving a little bit more heelish. I don't think that would be a good move for them. Okay, 3 minutes to go. We are counting down. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know what we're seeing. We're just seeing shots of different old various NXT shows. No, Hogan, please, said, yeah, imagine that. Imagine if he came out again just to see if he'd get a better reaction. Rhonda got cast away because she was shiz, said James. Brody said, Eddy being involved in the title match really derailed my excitement for the match, but I get why they're doing it. Kim Shane said Femi won't win because he's got to fly back to Plymouth. He has a match on Saturday and he's the top scorer. Part of the Punk Seth match was lifted from the Punk Moxley match in AEW, says Jim. Dork Knight said Rhonda in Wyatt Six is a no-no. When she leaves again, she will just slag off Wyatt Six fans in a few years. John Cena's wife was backstage at the Raw on Netflix premiere, apparently. Okay, here we go. 1 minute 33. Let's go. Femi. Do we think The Rock comes to NXT with Lance and Hikuleo as a bloodline? No. I don't think it's that deep. I think he's just here because he's in the area. Okay, 40-odd seconds to go, kids. 40-odd seconds to go. Hannah said, interesting question. Should Ted Turner be inducted into the Hall of Fame? After all, he was a former WCW president who was #1 in wrestling, established the Monday Night War. Yeah, I got no problem with him going in. I don't know if... is he still with us? I don't know. I don't know if he would accept it. I have no problem with him going in. Okay, here we go. NXT. The event is about to start. That's good. Kim Shane said Ronda could be in the Why Not 6. The Why Not 6. Brand new group. Then. Now. How's this going to start? It's got to be The Rock in it. I'm thinking The Rock's going to make his presence felt. Diddle-a-diddle-em. Diddle-a-diddle-em. Then, now, forever together. We are live in Los Angeles, home to 4 WrestleManias. We're in the Shrine Auditorium. There's Roxanne. Roxanne backstage. I really don't mind these new belts, you know. I really don't mind these new belts. There's Giulia. Oba Femi. The big man. Will Femi's reign begin tonight? Oh, Eddy Thorpe's got a Yokozuna shirt on. I don't think it's a proper, like, wrestler Yokozuna shirt. There's Trick Williams looking fly. Okay, this looks like The Rock arriving. That looks like The Rock. Here we go. Crowd are starting to chant. Yes! The People's Champion has arrived. So he's backstage. The final boss. He just said the final boss. But then he did follow it up by calling him the Great One. I don't know that we're going to get the final boss tonight, but if we do, that's going to be very, very interesting. Especially considering how things played out on Raw. What do we start with? What are we starting with? There's Booker. Corey Graves? Wow, Corey Graves is on commentary tonight. I get to work with a Hall of Famer. So, is this just a one-off? Is that a one-off? He's not been demoted, has he? We're starting with Giulia. He better not have been demoted. Corey's one of the best they've got. That's not permanent, is it? I think last night's Raw could have been on the East Coast like Philly. It would have been louder, said Ian. That's a shame if Corey is back permanently. Giulia making her way out. We're not actually starting with The Rock. They're going to make us wait for The Rock. We're just going to start with what could be one of the best matches of the year. It can't be permanent, said Jamie. Corey is the best they've got. They need him on SmackDown, yeah, but if you've got Pat and Cole on Raw, you could have Wade and Joe on SmackDown. I mean, there's just nowhere there for Corey. Honestly, if they've brought Pat back and the result is that Corey's now down in NXT, I'm honestly not sure if I'm going to be able to not say something. It's flipping hard enough for me to bite my tongue anyway. I'll be very interested to see if that's permanent. Roxanne making her way down to the ring. Welcome to New Year's Evil Corey Graves is what NXT have said. So at the moment, I'm thinking it's just temporary. At the moment. Roxanne, then, let's go. Let's end this poll and we'll ask people what they think, who they think's going to flip in, get this. Who wins? Giulia, Roxanne. 1-4. This should be amazing. Look at Giulia. Do you know, I love what she's doing there. And she probably is not doing anything on purpose. But she's standing in the ring, like, looking really nervous, you know? Just taking a few deep breaths. But what that does is it really sends a message before the match has even started how much this means to her. And you know what? Without anything, even, I mean, I'd be into this match anyway, but without them even doing anything, I'm there. I'm there. This girl is like, this means a lot. This means a lot. I really love that. I thought that was a great little thing that she just did. And I think it's because she is legit nervous. Oh, mate, this match could so bang. Let's go. Take over there by Giulia. Giulia trying to kick out. Giulia is in the middle of the ring with Roxanne. Giulia trying to come over. Roxanne goes round the back. Giulia goes down. Roxanne, look at this, trying to roll up. Giulia bridging. 1, 2. Referees have got the new shirts on as well. So these new ref shirts are not just for the main roster. It's it seems like all of WWE are going to be using these new ref shirts. Back up on her feet, both women on their feet, going over, back against the ropes, over the other side. Cartwheels over, slap there by Roxanne. Oh, look at the face on Giulia. Giulia does not like that disrespect. Headbutts. Headbutts by Giulia. Driving Roxanne back against the ropes. Over the other sides. Talking about Wrestle Kingdom. Talking about Shinsuke. Giulia up top. Missile drop kick. Down goes Roxanne. Roxanne in the corner. Giulia over the other side. Big boot. Crowd are on board. Obviously, still the early stages for this one. On the outsides. Back in the ring. Booker T's like, this is Roxanne Perez. Why don't we give her props? Vic Joseph's like, I have given her props. Oh, Roxanne. I don't know why Giulia left her hand hanging there. Okay, so you lot are going to go picture in picture. We have gone to a graphic that said we'll be right back. It's got Roxanne Perez looking at us, and it's just got lots of stars. So we're at commercial break, and we've got this special looking video. It's just showing us lots of different NXT talents. Here we can see like Kelani Jordan. We've had Axiom And in America now, on the CW network, you lot will be at your normal commercial breaks. This is what we're getting. We've actually got Ethan Page at the moment, just smiling at the camera. Lola Vice, just throwing a few shots. Like, it's all in slow-mo. It's all a little bit weird. There's Wesley. It's kind of cool, though. I don't know. It is weird how they're so slow. Like, little smile on his face. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Who we got here? We got different languages at the bottom. Is that the big man? Is that Trick? Let's go. Trick Williams turn into the camera. Is he going to smile? God, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it, you cowards. Do it. Smile. Go on. No. Yeah, it's a little smile. A little smile. Ah, Roxanne's giving us a smile. Yeah. How close are we getting to her face? I feel like we're just looping around now. Yeah, that's fun. And weird. But fun. Okay, it is just looping around. I tell you what, if we're just going to get this on every break, that's going to be a bit annoying. It's got like a dance beat to it. Daze, I love that it shows how long it is till it comes back with the show over by you. I'm watching with a VPN. Oh yeah, at the top it says back in like 33 seconds. I didn't even notice that bit. Ethan Page's smile makes me giggle, said it's Bryn again. It's weird how like they're so slow-mo. Daze, not sure if it was just me, but for me in the UK, NXT is not working. No, it's working. It should be working, but we've got it working. So it should be working. Okay, we are back to the action. NXT. NXT. Okay, big shots coming in there by Roxanne. Big forearms coming in there by Roxanne. Against the ropes. Nice kick there by Giulia. Roxanne, bit of selling. Loving it. Giulia is in control. She's getting back up to her feet. She's going to the outside, climbing up. Daze, I just sent you some. Forbes are saying that the Raw Netflix debut has surpassed Squid Game. WrestleNomics said there's just no ratings info. That's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, right. Wow. Vic Joseph is just talking about all the things that Roxanne has managed to achieve. She's the best in the business. Corey, you want some of this action. What's he on about? But Booker T's getting all kinds of fired up. Giulia trying to come back. Oh. These two slapping away at each other. Palm strikes. These two women battling. And again, another chop coming in. Yeah, big right hands. Roxanne goes against the ropes. Corey's like, you're a bit quiet over there, but... Oh, Roxanne coming right back into it. Roxanne coming right back into it. I'm the best woman in the world against the ropes. Suicide dive. Big spot. Look goods. Look goods. Crowd are chanting NXT. Roxanne looking to go up. Big shot coming in by Giulia. Giulia going up. Double underhooks. Suplex. Is she going to get it? Going for it. Got it. Looks great. Looks great. Back and forth with this match. Giulia back up, working on the arm. Round the back. She's got Perez up. Spinning round. Oh, driver. Driver. 1, 2. It's good. We're doing well. We're doing well. Butterfly superplex. Daze, what's next for Liv? Well, we think that Wyatt 6 feud could be coming up in the future. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Oh, lovely. Crossface. Stop it, stop it. Booker T's like, stop it. Come on, ref. Stop it, stop the match. And again, looking for a crossface, no joy. Pop rocks! Ah, couldn't get it. Giulia, oh, mate, Giulia's getting battered. Giulia is having to survive crossfaces, pop rocks attempts. Yeah, there is a real sense of urgency. Oh! That was like a brain buster. Corey Graves is like, ref, you might want to check on these ladies. What we just had there was nasty. Giulia just hit what looked to be a bit of a brain buster type move. Right now, Cora, Jade. 9. Ah! Cora Jade just hurled Roxanne in the ring. Pop rocks, pop rocks, pop rocks, pop rocks! She gets it! 2. Oh! Pop rocks by Roxanne. Armbar. Referee telling Cora to get out of there. Oh my God, reverse 1, 2. Oh, kick out, kick out. Giulia, boom, big knee. Big knee! Is this the beginning of the end? Giulia picks up Roxanne. Yo! Plants her! Giulia! 1, 2, 3. We've got a new NXT Women's Champion. Giulia has done it. Wow. What a reign by Roxanne Perez. I kind of feel like that match was cooking. I would have liked another 5 minutes, another 10 minutes, honestly. I really feel like that match was really doing some stuff. We've got so much that we need to fit in. It's probably ended a little sooner than some people would have liked. But I think as soon as Cora Jade got involved, the finish felt like it was not too far away. Look at that, pop rocks. That has put so many people away. Couldn't put Giulia away. And look how she's like... Yeah. Boom! Take that, you boomer. Amazing. We have got a new NXT Women's Champion. And it's Giulia. We need, like... I feel like this should have closed the show, actually. And we should have, like, confetti raining down and everything. So pleased for her. The Beautiful Madness is the new NXT Women's Champion. Giulia. Sort of got a bit of a vibe like someone's about to come out. Oh, we're backstage. Eddy Thorpe's been attacked. by The Rock. Eddie, you've got a big triple threat. So Eddie's been attacked backstage. Ava's like, what, you really want me to believe that? I wonder if that was The Rock that attacked. Let's get match scores. All time. Great. Goods. Boom. Okay, number one contenders match. Do we know what shit this is number one contenders for? Yeah, it's the North American. That's a real shame, isn't it? It's the North American, so the winner is not going to face Giulia. The winner of this is going to go on to face Fallon Henley. It wasn't The Rock, it was the final boss. Giulia got confetti. They blew the confetti budget, said Neil. Where are we watching it? It's on Netflix. Daddy Rock for sure should have attacked Eddy. Eddy needs to fear for his life. Metal Mama said, with Bayley talking to Pierce last night, do we think Bayley comes to Raw? Could Liv go to SmackDown? Bayley to Raw, definitely. Liv to SmackDown is not something I considered. But Bayley to Raw, yeah, definitely. But that's really interesting about what you just said about Liv going the other way. Because we did see Dominic talking to Nick Aldis. So, yeah. Daze, I watched Raw on Netflix, said Marlin, and it was amazing. Did you enjoy it? I enjoyed it. It underwhelmed in the sense of... I was expecting something a bit more dramatic. It's one of those where the casual fans will be excited by just seeing certain people. But if you're a hardcore fan, you do look for more than that, you know? So, yeah, but no, I enjoyed it. I just think we'd been talking about the show for quite a while, and I think what we ended up getting was maybe not what some of the hardcores were looking for. And that's fine. Days, you know that cooked when it leaves you wanting more. That's true. And it really did as well. I would have took another 5-10 minutes of that. I really feel like we were in a good little place, and there was that great spot on the outside, and I feel like the platform was there, and it's just, yeah, I suppose a little unfortunate that it's ended so quickly after that. So I think if there was to be some criticisms, I think it would probably be based on the fact that I think a lot of people would have liked it to have gone just that little 5-10 minutes more. But no, I expected it to deliver. I think it has. And looking at the poll so far, it seems like you lot enjoyed what we got. So I would say so far so good. And obviously with Eddy now being attacked, that's now raising some big questions about what are we going to get in our main event. Does our main event now just become Trick versus Oba? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what we're getting in our main event now. So that's quite interesting as well. So lots of moving parts already, and we're only 24 minutes in. Days, my Netflix said NXT is live now, but when I go to watch it, it says tomorrow 1 a.m, says Peter. It's a bit difficult, to be honest. It said live now for me, and when I was clicking on it, it was saying something similar. I don't know if that's a glitch or I'm not too sure, but yes, I have also experienced some issues with that. I don't want to come off what I've got because I'm worried I won't be able to get back into it myself. But I would say, like, just search Netflix, see if you can find different ways of getting to NXT. Like, rather than just using that one, which, I don't know, maybe that could be set up for next week. perhaps what you're clicking on is actually the link for next week's show. You need to go elsewhere to try and find it. But I was having the same issue where it was saying live now. I was clicking on it and it came up with the little things saying remind me. And it wasn't actually taking me to a countdown, which I saw a few people saying they had a countdown. I didn't. So, yeah, that is an issue I've experienced as well. So, all I can say is go to the home screen, see if you can find it. It might say something different there. You might be able to get to it that way. Try searching WWE, try searching NXT, try clicking on a few different things. I had that issue, but I got to it eventually. Mackenzie said Finn will go to SmackDown, but the rest of JD will stay on Raw. Brony, Mackenzie, shout out to you, buds. Brony said The Rock is probably so happy he's at NXT, he'll be able to see the greatest tag team, Hank and Tank. Yes, I agree.
Pop rocks!
3 weeks ago. Oh, okay, we're looking at Ethan. Let's go. Right. Hikuleo did it for The Rock, said it's pretty good. Oh, imagine if they did that. Imagine if it was. Imagine if we are all sat here thinking that it's going to be The Rock and he's like, nothing to do with me. And it actually turns out that it was Hikuleo or it was Lance Anoa'i or someone along those lines. Imagine that. Imagine that. Javon's talking about the beatdown that he suffered. Wow, look at his mouth. He said his jaw has been wired shut. Wow. Here's Lola. Lola making her way down to the ring. It was like Jaws. It was like Jaws out of James Bond. Here's Cora Jade. So we are going over to our next match. Gonna have to get the results of this first one. So it's a women's 4-way. Okay, Stephanie, Cora, Kelani, and Lola is what we've got. Kick coming in there by Kelani. Yeah, it is a big opportunity, but it's a shame that it's not for the proper belts. The top belts. It's a shame that they're battling just for the kind of mid-card title, you know? I don't really quite get that. Stephanie has lived up to the hype, but there is definitely work still to do, says Corey. Okay. I got it working. Thanks. It's when you type NXT in the search, said Peter. Peter, I'm glad you got it working, but... Kian said, Daze, I really love Lola's ring gear. I bet you do. I bet you do, you perv. Right, we've got... I love all the girls' ring gear. Oh, drop kick there by Kelani. I'm going to end this poll. Obviously, we're going to go to our next one soon. Shoulder tackle there by Kelani. So the first one you said was great. 20% all time, 18% good, 2% bad. That's going to come out as great 78. That actually means it would be the second best match of the weekend, just behind Roman's. I'll say weekend, past 2 days. Just behind Roman Solo. Oh, Kelani comes crashing down. Oh, Cora comes crashing down. I don't know what that was. Oh, yeah. I would rather try and earn a shot at the Women's North American Championship than get a face kneed by Giulia. You and me are very different people. American Nightmare said, random but serious question. What are the thoughts on dating someone who has the same name as a relative, like your mom or sister? I couldn't do it. What do you mean? Like, same first name. I mean, if it was if they had the surname and everything, that would be weird. If no problem. Same. I don't know. I don't have a sister, but if I had a sister and there was someone I liked that had the same first name, I don't feel like that would be a problem. I don't feel like, but I really don't know because I'm not in that situation, so I can't say. Same first name as your mom. I went out with a girl that had the same first name as my grandma. That wasn't weird. That was fine. I never thought about my grandma. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's an interesting question, that. Not something I've ever thought about, honestly. But then I don't have a sister. So, I don't know. I don't feel... It's one of those, honestly, where I feel like you could ruin a relationship because I've never thought about that. It's never crossed my mind. And if I was going out with someone that had the same name as my mom or my sister and someone pointed it out, I wonder if that would then become a problem. I wonder if something that wasn't an issue, you never thought about it, would all of a sudden become an issue. That's actually really interesting. I hope somewhere we've actually broken up a relationship tonight that I think would make this whole stream worthwhile. I think if we've managed to achieve that as a community where we've successfully now resulted in someone looking at their partner a little differently because they do share the same name as their mom or sister, and actually now they're starting to wonder, will I ever look at them the same way again? If we've achieved that from just a bit of a random NXT stream, that's a pretty big achievement for us as a community. And hopefully that's what's happened. So, love that. Love that. American Nightmare, thank you. You're doing God's work. So, yeah, if anyone else has got different ways that we can, like, break up relationships tonight, let's do it. I'm here for it. Liam, hello, my friends. Do you know what? I'm just now point blank refusing to read long messages. My voice, my poor voice. I'm just going to get the AI voice to read them out now. Liam, shout out to you.
Liam Costa Costa. Hey, Daze, my friend, how are you? What do you think of this advert thing? When we go to an ad break, they're not actually adverts. It's just the same video package for 3 minutes.
I don't mind it because I get to talk to you guys and I'm not missing anything. So for me, it's great. I've said before, I need the ad breaks so that I can catch up with comments and make sure that we're, like, you know, I can see the Twitter thing that's happening. And so for me, no problem. Ad breaks are a little godsend for me, actually. But I know that I'm in a very different position, a very unique position. I know that that's not the norm. I know a lot of people out there are going to not like it. And totally understandable. I think eventually it would make more sense for WWE to use that time to advertise WWE Shop. Why would you not be advertising WWE Shop? Why would you not have little things to promote forthcoming shows? Why is it slow-mo NXT wrestlers like... That's what we're getting, basically. Camera panning up and it's people like... So it's stuff like that, which is just weird. Oh, kick. Go on, Lola. Yes. Mess her up, Lola. Mess her up. Yeah, let's go. Okay, backstage, you got Fatal Influence there, watching the action unfolds. Oh, into the corner goes Lola. Scream there by Cora. Cora coming over, trying to deliver a big knee to Lola. Gets dumped to the outsides. Beautiful. Yeah, Booker's been a bit quiet. Anyway, how's he feeling about Roxanne? What a shot. What a great camera shot. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. Kelani's like, whoa. Stephanie. Stephanie. NXT. Look, now Kelani's like, anything you can do, I can do better. Boom. Moonsault to the outside. I don't think it was better. But she moonsaulted to the outside. She grabs Stephanie. Chuck Stephanie in the ring. Kelani looking to go up top. Kelani. Whoa, that was good. Roll through. 1, 2. No joy. Stephanie was looking. She was looking. 1, 2. No joy. Trying to pivot. Bridge. No joy. Oh my God. It's all a bit messy. Through the ropes. To the outside. Oh, big knee. By Cora Jades. Up on the shoulders. Great work there by Kelani. That's really good. That's really good. Kelani's got Cora down. She's going up top. No. Oh, my God. Ah, mate. Oh. Back. Spinning back fist. Super kick. Stephanie. Oh. Looking for the what? The SVB. Stephanie gets the win. I tell you what, 40 minutes. This show has been so good. This show is killing Raw. It is absolutely flipping killing it. We've had 2 matches. We've had Giulia win. Now we've had Stephanie get the win. Both matches really fun. That match is exactly how I would do a Fatal 4-Way. I don't like it when a title's on the line. The champion's got too much of a disadvantage. But that was a number 1 contenders match, and it was bonkers, and it was fun, and it was brilliant. We're backstage with Ava. Update on Eddy. Here's Oba. Oh, Oba said he attacked him. Oh, it was Oba. Why is she not having a go at him? Why is she not having a go at him? He's just come out and gone, I've attacked him backstage because he attacked me. Shouldn't she be like, we've advertised this match. We've promised the fans that this is going to be a triple threat. Like, you can't do this. Like, he should be getting fined and all this kind of stuff. Instead, she's like, okay. I don't think she's scared of him, but I don't know. I mean, if I was booking that, I would have her going mental at Oba Femi. She'd be like, you're jeopardizing your position in that match. We've advertised this and you're going to like attack him. You can get your revenge during the match. Like, you didn't need to do it beforehand and actually, you know, run the risk of us not giving the fans the match we've promised them. Yeah, I don't know. For me, I'd like to have seen her actually be a little bit more... No, that's unacceptable. It's not a big deal. I'm just saying that, like, that was a weird reaction she just gave. Basically, no reaction. Right, next match coming up anyway is going to be the match that we're probably... Well, I don't know. I was going to say the match we're least interested in. It's Chemical X versus Fatal Influence. Let's go. 2 great matches, said Christopher. But man, beat eyes are closing. Still tired from last night. You're feeling it, are you, buds? You're feeling it. Right, I don't know. We've just got a WWE shop commercial right now. Maybe Stephanie wins the North American title and we get Giulia and Stephanie in champion versus champion. That would be fun. I don't know when we do that. I don't know. I don't think there's a show where we do that. Obviously, we've got Champ at Crown Jewel now. Yeah, maybe there's a way we could do that with NXT. I don't mind Stephanie getting that mid-card belt. I mean, if she can't be the champion, her having the mid-card is, makes sense. But I think a lot of people would really love to see that Giulia-Stephanie match, and they're just making us wait for that at the moment. I've not seen a great match yet. It's all just okay for me, said Made by Dawn. Oh, okay. Oh, I really enjoyed the... Well, I've enjoyed them both, actually. I do agree that first match needed a little bit more time to really, be kind of where we wanted it to be. But yeah, that last match was just pretty bonkers. Didn't outstay its welcome. Loads of big spots being exchanged. I liked it. I genuinely did. I don't have high hopes for this next one, though. I like the people involved, but it's just a little bit cold. I'm not really bothered who wins. And going into a match where you're not really bothered who wins is not great, is it so? I know there's a lot of Chemical X fans out there, though, so I've no doubt they're going to have their support. If you are just joining us, Eddie Thorpe was attacked backstage. We thought it would be The Rock, but Femi has confirmed it was him. We've got a new women's champion, and we just had a fatal 4-way match where we might as well end this poll. We've had a couple of 100 votes in for it. I think Great has took it. Not as high as the first match, though. Looks like that's going to be Great 65. No? Great. Oh, no, actually. Great 69. Great 69 is what we're looking at. Great 69. So the first one was Great 78. Probably helped a lot by a title change. And the next one, Great 69. What's this one now? This is I'm going to write it down. Chemical X versus Fatal Influence. Lovely. Matthew and Shauna said, with The Rock in the building and Eddie Thorpe messing with Ava, wouldn't it be fun to have The Rock bring in Hikuleo as like a new bodyguard or something? That could be fun. Yes. I would love it if The Rock was to do something significant. But I honestly think he's just there to just boost the ratings a little bit for this week. But if they could be creative enough to actually have him there for a purpose, that would be fantastic. But I'm not going to let my hopes kind of get carried away. Natalia has said, congratulations, Giulia. Now let's wrestle. So Natalia has got her sights set on Giulia. Really, really good run by Roxanne, though. Got to make sure Roxanne gets her flowers for that run, because that was a really good run. Are we going to get the Rock and Ava segment? Oh, I hope so. It'll be very disappointing if there's no interaction between those two. Wrestle with Andy, I hope you're well. Liam said, if everything on Netflix now, what's the point in the network, or are they getting rid of it? It's already gone, buds. It's already shut down. Anyone that was subscribed, their membership was cancelled. Made by Dawn said, I'm waiting for Lance and Hawaii. I like him more than Zilla. Charles said, Daze, Ava couldn't give two Fs about Eddy since he knocked her down. Yeah, but you still don't want people running around disrupting the show that you've put together. It's not so much about Eddy. It's more about the fact that you've advertised a match and that advertised match was put at risk. What about if Oba is not punished for this and then does it next time, but only next time it's a match that, and it's someone she does actually care about? Like, bad behavior shouldn't go unpunished. You learn that when you're a parent. And I've never had kids, and I've still learnt it. Yeah. Right, we're just having a little look at Vegas, I believe. We're in LA. Okay, back in the ring, we have got Fatal Influence. We are in the City of Angels. Oh, Triple H! Nick Khan and a nerd! Yes! We've got a nerd! Triple H and Nick Khan. NXT. Oh, no pressure then. If you're an NXT talent, no pressure. You've only got, like, Chief Content Officer flipping at ringside and the CEO at ringside. Okay, what we got here? OTM. Oh, yeah, they're going to be taking on Fraxium. You've never had to fight for your food. You can't see pain, you can only feel it, and we're going to make you feel it. I like this promo, you know. We don't give a damn if you're in sync or out. I really like that line about how, you know, I've got some real life struggles trying to provide for my sister, for my family, for me, trying to put food on the table. You're out here squabbling. I thought that was a really good promo. I like that a lot. Ring General said, Fatal Influence sounds a lot like flatulence. Thanks. No, thank you. I wish they were called flatulence, to be honest. WWE Raw is listed as the #1 TV show in the US on Netflix. So I wonder if that's where the information's coming from, that it's actually done better numbers than Squid Game. Here's Shotzi. Shotzi's coming out. We've got Gigi. Oh, they're doing their thing they do in the ring, but on the entrance ramp. I think this is a group that's really going to connect with people. They're colourful. They're fun. She's got an armband on. What's the armband in reference to? Oh, look, they're doing a little pose in the corner, but they've been attacked by fate or by flatulence. Champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Tony was busy crying last night when he saw WWE trending, says Lethal Trini Barbie. Oh, Tatum, crossbody. Crossbody by Tatum. So they're talking about how the fact there's a new champion might have woken up the locker room. Oh, kick coming in. Nice. Good kick. Jazmyn Nix. I like Jazmyn Nix. I was really impressed with her at that house show I went to. I keep saying it because I really was. Oh, nice. Tatum in control. Tags in Gigi. Gigi goes against the ropes. Oh. Shotzi. Nice. Oh. Tatum Paxley, take a bow. Love that. Jumped in the air. Looked like she was going to do a splash. And then mid-air, changed it to an elbow. Jumped up and then went. I love that kind of mid-air little. Oh, you thought it was this, but it's actually this. Oh, I tell you, what I've seen from Tatum has actually been quite hard hitting. And there's been a couple of spots there by her that has really connected. It's one of my big frustrations when I'm watching, like, these shows. That was not a good... yeah, that wasn't great. But Shotzi in there with Fallon at the moment. But Tatum, I love it when we get a bit of pop, a bit of snap, a bit of weight behind that final connection, and there's been plenty of that from Tatum tonight. Shotzi over against the ropes, nice knee to the midsection. These girls are laying it in. Fallon over the other side. Don't like Fallon's gear. 1, 2. I do like how Fatal Influence are all wearing the same colour though. That kind of blue and black type colour. I like that. I'm not a fan of the gear itself. I do find a lot of gears just a bit too busy. It's just too much going on. On the outside, we got a forearm strike there by Shotzi. Gigi trying to come over. I think they've really been told on this show, keep that energy going. Keep that momentum going. Like, all the matches have been non-stop, loads of action. Clothesline there by Tatum. Oh, love that. Fallon swings round the ring post. Kicks her in the face. Kick to the midsection. Shotzi. Suplex. Goods. All the women are down. We got women everywhere. It's just like my house. Commercial break. Oh, no. Yes, commercial break. Right. Yeah, fun. Good. Some really good stuff. OTM coming for those titles. As we said, these girls cooking in the early stages, really laying it in. Right, Uncle Revel, shout out to you, my friend. TJF 1983, shout out to you, buds. Hope you had a good day. I hope everyone's had a good day, and I hope everyone's enjoying NXT at the moment. Spartan, shout out to you. Long message. How do you think the Intuit Dome will look for UFC 311? Will it be similar setup? Who do we... Well, they don't tend to do entranceways, do they? They just have them come walking down, so I don't think there'll be all the big screen. But they'll have the lights on with the chairs and everything. Who do we think wins the main event, co-main event? I don't know until I look at it, but I don't do my research for things until like Wednesday, Thursday. So without going back and looking at like recent form and recent fights and kind of all of that stuff, I honestly, I just don't even pay UFC any attention until I get to the Wednesday, Thursday. I start doing my research and I start getting my head into the show that'll be on Saturday. So sitting here on a Tuesday, my answer is, I don't know. I'd have to just go off gut feeling, and gut feeling is I would probably be leaning to... I think Marab Umar's a really good match, actually. I think Islam would be my pick. I think Arman is a brilliant challenge, but I think Islam has really proven himself to be the mountaintop. So I'd go with Islam and probably Marab. I really do rate Dvalishvili. But again, I'd want to do the research. Uncle Revel said, Daze, do we think we could get a replacement in the triple threat from Raw or SmackDown via a transfer window? Yes, and I think that's an excellent shout. My Phenomenal Figures said, who was your favourite on NXT? I've got a few, actually, but I think it'd probably be Trick Williams. But there's a lot that I really like in NXT. I like Javon Evans a lot. I've got a lot of time for him. I really like Trick Williams. I really enjoy watching Oba Femi. The women's division is so good. Roxanne, Giulia, Stephanie. Really enjoy all of those. I used to really like Kelani, but I just found her title run was a bit underwhelming, and I think I'm just waiting for her to pick up that momentum again. I think there's a real talent there, and I think she's going to go on to achieve big things, but I feel like she shone really bright, and now it's all just settled down. And actually, I found her title reign to be a little flat. She lost the belt, and now I'm just waiting for that momentum to get going again. So I'm keeping an eye on Kelani, but she's not as high up in my pecking order as she once was. How can you not say Stephanie? How can you not say Giulia? I mean, NXT really is a show that I think more WWE fans should be watching. I think that it is, you know, I don't know if NXT 2.0 scared a lot of people away. I don't know. I don't know why more fans don't watch it. I don't know why the ratings are around that 500,000-600,000 mark. I don't know why, if you really enjoy Raw, SmackDown, I don't know why you wouldn't want to watch those stars that are about to come through, you know? But we do, and we enjoy it. The only thing I'd say is I do find NXT to be a bit more inconsistent. I feel like with Raw, you tend to get a very similar standard of show. Sometimes it can be really down, sometimes it can be really up, but by and large, it's normally a very consistent product. Same with SmackDown. I do find with NXT, my scores vary a lot more. And I think that's because, you know, sometimes you might be relying on a talent that's still trying to put it together. You know, the roster is ever evolving. Their skill set is ever evolving. And I think as a result of that, we have got a bit more inconsistency. You never quite know what you're getting. This, so far, an hour in, has been a show I've really enjoyed. This, I would put this up there with like some of the best NXTs I've seen in a while. New champion. Fun opening match. I enjoyed the second match. This match would be the one I'd be least sort of bothered by, but it's had a good energy. Now we've got Gigi and Jacy, and think about that history with Toxic Attraction. Oh, down goes Jacy. And again, Gigi working on the arm, kick coming in. She pushes Jacy against the ropes. Gigi. Oh, clothesline. 1, 2. Nah, that was never going to be enough. She was always going to need to do a bit more than that. But right now we got Gigi in control. Double underhooks. In comes Jazmyn. Oh, big kick. Big kick. Right now, looking for a... Oh, lands on the feet. Boom. Big crossbody. Again, looking to go against the ropes. Net breaker there by Shotzi. 1, 2. Shotzi on Jacy, but Jazmyn and Jacy make the save. Looks like that was a little bit close. Daze, do we think that Tavian could get to new heights in the future? I really like him, yeah. What's the theory for Austin Theory after a slump? Well, I just think he's only in a slump because we haven't had any creative for him. I think, you know, Theory is a great wrestler and he's proven that in the past. It's just, it's hard to prove it if you're not being given things to do, you know? I think we all know this team with Grayson is a dead end. So they do need to get out of it as soon as possible, but if you're Triple H, you probably don't... Oh, Shotzi ends up getting the win. That was a bit of a flat ending. Yeah, I think Theory's fine. I think he's absolutely fine. I just think that we need to pull the trigger on him, and it seems like Triple H has got others that he wants to do that with instead at the moment. Eventually, he'll get round to Theory. I still think there's big things, world titles in his future. I do. I have no doubts about that. Right, it was a win for Chemical X, but I sort of felt like the end of that just sort of ended. Wasn't keen on that finish. Ethan. Let me make something clear. This is my show. I call the shots. Here's The Rock. So we do get The Rock with Ava. The Rock looking at Ethan. There's Rocky Chance. He's got his People's Championship. Ethan Page. Final Boss. Not all good. Seeing Ava and The Rock together is awesome. If you need anything, come to me. The Rock says, I'm the final boss, but on this show... Wow. Wow, look at this moment. What are you going to say? I don't know. Can you give me some advice? What? Their passion. It's different. Yeah, you can hear the Rocky chants. You'll feel what to say. Wow. So, The Rock... It's so confusing at the moment. He talks about how he is the final boss. He's like, I'm the final boss, but Ava's the final boss. If you're going to be cool with, like, me, you need to be cool with her. He was kind of like, you broke someone's wrist and you did this and you did that. And Ethan was like, yeah. And he was like, okay, cool. Like, he didn't seem bothered by it. So, I don't know what you take from that. I don't know what you get from it. The Rock's just gone crazy, said Toby. I don't know what I'm going to do, said James. That was brilliant, said Dro. Rock is so unserious. The final boss has gone dad mode. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to... I don't know what he's going to do. Rocky Chance. Yeah, Rocky Chance. So The Rock said he's the final boss, but on NXT, she's the final boss. So no match for Ethan on this show, but obviously that clip is going to do the rounds. That's going to be really big for him to sort of be involved in that little moment. It's clear they see big things for Ethan in the future. They keep putting him in these kinds of moments, you know? They keep giving him these kinds of creative. He says, I'll see you on the main roster one day. So they clearly see big stuff for Ethan. But The Rock was just kind of a nice guy again, wasn't he? He wasn't really off with... He could have come in and like, you know, had a right go at Ethan for the way he was speaking to his daughter. He could have really ripped him apart. And he didn't. He didn't do that. He just came in and he just sort of like, look, if you're going to be cool with me, you need to be cool with her, yeah? And he was just like, he just sort of smoothed it over in a TKO board member type way. I feel like it's flipping Dwayne again. Feels like that's probably how he would handle this situation. But the final boss name is still being mentioned and bandied around, you know? It's very strange. I think The Rock's just having a bit of fun, said Gareth. Ethan's from my home city, said Uncle Revel. Did you guys notice that Ava didn't call Rock Dad, said Suzanne. Hannah said maybe Dwayne has got a new split personality gimmick or amnesia gimmick. Everything Rock did last year has now been thrown out the window, said Angel. Duran said, I don't know what it is, but Rock and Ava seem to have some great chemistry together. Puta said, it's an isolated moment, it's cute, but in the middle of a massive bloodline story, it's just bad timing. Kim Shane said, maybe it's not The Rock, maybe it's a Temu version of The Rock, the Boulder. Aaron said, perhaps he forgot he was on TV. JP said, I walk around the house like Oba Femi walks to the ring. Let's go. Dave's not sure if you said it, but what's the thoughts on Edge's new name? I'm not a fan of it, to be honest, but I know they can't use the Edge name. I did see, I think, was it Kenny for Your Thoughts or someone on Twitter was like, I don't really get why people have got an issue with this, but we did touch on it. I was like, Cope is just not cool. Like, Edge... I mean, you could say in 2025, if someone was going to call themselves Edge, it's not that cool. But, you know, it's a name we've known. It's been used for 20-odd years. I think it was a bit cooler back in the day. If someone was to come in now calling themselves Edge out of nowhere, you might roll your eyes at it, right, in 2025. But, you know, that's been his name, and we've all accepted it, and it was cool, and it's, you know, he's Edge. That's just what we know him as. But I think Cope just doesn't really sound good. Like, it makes me think of coping. I think of like, oh, I'm gonna have to cope with that. This isn't that's not what I wanted, but I'll cope with it, is what that makes me think. I don't know why they haven't given him a better name, to be honest. I don't know why do they feel they have to use Cope? Why could they not have trademarked a different one syllable name that's Edge-esque, you know? Why couldn't we have found a different word for him? I don't know. I'm not keen on it, but it doesn't really make any difference to me, does it? I don't watch the show. I get they can't use Edge. I get that it has to change. I understand all that. So, yeah. I've saw some people saying they like it, some people saying they don't. I think there's a mixed bag. Right, Heritage Cup. Kim Shane said, has anyone seen the news about that British commentator being suspended for bad-mouthing AEW? Yeah, I think that's a shame. I think he tried to explain himself, didn't he? I think he was trying to say that... I think he was probably trying to say that he was playing into the story of it. Because I think they've just done a story which is... They've just done a story which is like... Oh, over the top. AEW, New Japan kind of... And so the New Japan commentator was kind of taking the New Japan side. Maybe he went a little too far with some of what he said. I think he called Tony Khan a money mark at one point. Maybe that was a bit too far. I don't know. He's a good commentator, though. Whenever I've watched Wrestle Kingdom, I've always enjoyed his work. Okay, we are underway with our next match. So this is match number 4. Looks like they're going to give that main event plenty of time. Charlie Dempsey against Lexis King. And this is first fall to a finish, isn't it? Charlie Dempsey looks ripped, man. Gun show there. Stevie Turner said, that's my final boss, Ava. Okay. Cope, AEW, Dave Meltzer have been coping for a while, said Travis. I can't cope with the name, said Opulus Travels. It does kind of conjure that up, yeah, but I don't know. I'm guessing they've thought of that and they must be happy with it. Perhaps it's one that we will, or AEW fans, if they're not keen, will get used to eventually. I don't know. Lexis King is in control. Well, just a 1 count. No sign of William Regal in this one. He has been getting involved in this feuds. Knee coming in there by Charlie Dempsey. And again, Lexis King back. Over in the corner. He goes up, round the back. Reversal there by Lexis King. Charlie Dempsey goes down. No joy. Lexis King, arm drag. Arm drag. Mike Rome is better than Lillian Garcia, in my opinion. He should be on Raw, said Aaron. Scottish Nightmare said, I do miss Jericho and Omega from not watching AEW anymore. Mackenzie said he's lost his edge, so now he has to cope. Here's the thing, said maybe Cope could reunite with Christian and will be renamed Seethe. Chop. Uppercut. And again. Over the other side goes Lexis. Holds onto the rope. Up over the top. Looking for a drop kick. He goes to the outsides. Lexis. Crossbody and down they go. Ren Sinclair looks great tonight. Lexis grabbing Charlie, and I think back to commercial break again. Back to commercial break. Maybe Cope could reunite with Christian. Oh, we read that one. AEW need to stop trying to compete with current WWE. I don't know if they. I haven't been watching them, so I really can't say. I don't know if that's what they're doing. Tony has lost the plot, said A-Jobs. Oh, God, look, we've started a whole AEW conversation now. NXT. Big E return at the Rumble. Maybe. I would love it. I would love it. There was even a thought that maybe if we did New Day versus Ray and a mystery person, that mystery person could actually turn out to be Big E. Really like that. Really like that idea. But I don't think it was going to go that way. And there's nothing to suggest Big E is on his way back. And actually, the New Day have sort of moved on as well. I'm at the moment, it doesn't feel like it's heading to that. So I don't think so. I think it is true that Big E is still out. And I don't think secretly is being cleared. So I'm not expecting it. But we'd all love it if he was. We would all love it if he was. People just joking about The Rock slapping Ethan's backside. That's resonated with people, as you can imagine. I watched AEW when Punk was there. Once they screwed that up, I quit, said Randor. It's Bryn again said, the Netflix Raw felt like a celebration party we weren't supposed to attend. It felt like we snuck in and caught The Rock hugging Cody. Kayfabe is dead. Aaron said, ML dub, ROH, ROH. Russell said, W dub 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 F, dub 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 F, dub 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 F. Imagine that. I don't think they were chanting things like that back in the day, but at one point, it would have been dub 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 F. Worldwide Wrestling Federation. A. Jobson said Ava made him give it back because it was controversy. But shouldn't that mean she should have held on to it instead of giving it back to Dempsey? Yeah, I was not keen on that whole thing. I agree. I've got a duplicate account under a fake name for the same reason, wifey. While I was hacked, I reposted there, but I got my main back after, so it's just there now, says Lethal Trini Barbie. After next week, I'm sure the Wyatts are going to move into the New Day for their next feud, said Darren. I hate the name Cope, but they should have just let him be Adam Copeland, says Frosty. We've got 45 minutes to go. We're at commercial break. Raw was the #1 show on Netflix, said Can't Stop, Won't Stop. I feel like it would have been the #1 show for yesterday. Whether it can keep that going, of course. I mean, yesterday was a big... They'd promoted the flipping hell out of it. Chop coming in. Kick coming in there by Charlie Dempsey. So I feel like Raw being the top show yesterday makes total sense. What that means for long term, don't know. What that number is, don't know. There's been nothing that I've seen reported. Shot coming in again there by Lexis King. Over against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. Down goes Charlie. Clothesline. So it seems like The Rock's going to come out in front of the fans, of course, to do a little, say a few words. I mean, he said he still doesn't know really what he's going to be saying. Chop coming in there by Lexis. Nice super. I tell you what, Lexis King doing some really good work in there with Charlie Dempsey. These two putting on a clinic. Lovely. Is that a Kimura? Double wrist lock. Oof. Charlie Dempsey in control. Obviously, our main event still to come. We're building towards Oba Femi. Eddy Thorpe seemingly still in the match. And Trick Williams as well. Big knee strike there by Charlie. Big slam there. 1, 2. Blood on the face of Charlie Dempsey. Charlie down. Lexis coming over, going to the outsides, climbing up. Lexis. Oh, crossbody, roll through. Ah, lovely work. Lovely work. Submission by Charlie. Lexis in a bit of trouble. I'm liking what Miles Bourne is wearing on the outsides. Ah, lovely work there by Lexis. Tell you what, these two really putting on a fun little match. Both of these guys really digging deep at the moment. Charlie Dempsey trying to wake himself up. He's got to get back into the game here. Lexis King. No joy at the moment. Oh. Crossface chicken wing being applied. We've flipping got Bob Backlund in there. Shots coming in there by Charlie Dempsey, though. Lexis King down. Still to come tonight, The Rock is going to be live in the middle of the ring. Back elbow there by Charlie Dempsey. Going over in the corner. Boom! Big boot. Over the other sides. Oh, down goes Charlie Dempsey. Lexis King, Charlie colliding. Darren said, by the way, it's a long time, but the Stranger Things episode 1 is supposed to debut on a Monday at midnight in December. That should be interesting, with Raw being on at 1 a.m. for the metrics. I think the wrestling fans will watch the wrestling live, and then I don't know if people watch those types of shows live. If you're a big Stranger Things fan, you would, because you're going to be in communities and whatnot. But I don't know. Is there much crossover? That would still happen, wouldn't it? It would still happen where the Stranger Thing fans that are more into Stranger Things. Lexis King gets the win. The Stranger Things fans, even if Raw was on USA Network, would still tune into Stranger Things. But I've got to think the vast majority will watch Raw live and then watch Stranger Things after. Lexis King has won, and seemingly we didn't have the controversy this time. Really good match, proper battling affair. Yeah, I wonder if that headbutt to the penis was a factor. It's got to have played a part, hasn't it? If you're going to get headbutted in the peni, it's probably going to play a part. There we go, Lexis. Have we got another match, or is it just our main event that's left? I think it might just be the main event. Backstage, Stephanie and Fallon. Here's Shotzi. I just beat Fallon, said Shotzi. No, you're not Shotzi because you weren't in the match. Trying to say you wasn't in the match, Shotzi? So you've got to win a number one contenders match to then not be the number one contender. What the? There's Joe. I'm a Giulia fan, he says. Are we going to the next match? Does that mean the show's going to end with The Rock? Is it? There's Femi. There's Femi. Who are we thinking is going to interrupt The Rock so that they get rock bottoms? There'll be, I'd imagine there'll be some. I don't know that he'll rock bottom them though. This is chilled out rock, isn't it? Okay, there's Trick Williams. Are we going to that? Oh, let's go. Ba-ba-ba. Look at that white robe. Trick Willie, the greatest. Man, you've got to experience this entrance. What that trick? If you get a chance to go to an NXT show to experience this entrance live, it is electric. What that trick? He looks great. He's got a bit of like Anthony Joshua around him in the... He just looks so... He looks like the man. He just like Anthony Joshua looks like the man. He's not Usyk's the man, but Joshua looks like he should be the man. And Trick Williams looks like that to me. But you can't ignore Femi. Ignore him at your peril. At your peril. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Uh-huh. I like it. Last night we got basically promoting drugs, and then we get Trick's codpiece. It's why we love wrestling. It's why wrestling is the best. Just think there's some people out there that don't watch wrestling. Losers. JP said, do we think Bron will keep winning and losing his title to get close to Cena's 16? I don't think it really matters about the mid-card title. I don't think anyone really gives a flip. You can be like a 16-time mid-card champ, but, you know, that doesn't really mean much compared to being a world champion. Right, we are at commercial break. Just seeing people giving Roxanne her flowers. People still talking about that first matchup. Obviously, we just found out about Shotzi and Stephanie. Maybe Rock was visited by 3 ghosts over Christmas and he's changed his ways. If the Rock segment is main eventing, then something noteworthy has to happen. It could just be that they know that people are going to stick around for the Rock and it's that simple. One of the commentary just said that Joe is the lead commentator of SmackDown with Wade. That must mean that Corey is on NXT now. I hope not. If that is what's happened, it's a flipping disgrace. I really hope not. Corey Graves has done a fantastic job on the main roster. He was asked to be a lead commentator for a time, and he did it well. And then when Joe came in, he got to go back to being the colour commentator, and he has done, in my mind, nothing wrong. And honestly, if that is what we've done, he's only going to find himself in this position because of Pat coming back. That would be the truth. We will have relegated a really good commentator so that we could bring Pat back. And I'm just not going to be able to stay silent on that. I just won't be able to stay silent on that. But I'm not gonna say anything until we know that he's moved permanently. But if that is what's happened, that is an absolute disgrace. That is an absolute disgrace. This is where I really hate celebrities coming in and taking spots from people that have really put the work in. This is the frustration where, I don't know if you heard the rumours that apparently Finn Balor was upset with Logan because Logan was coming in and he was taking spots on like SummerSlam and whatever, and Balor couldn't get on the show. And the point that Balor was making was that I'm here working week in, week out, putting in that work, putting in that grind. And then because someone's got a bigger platform, they're not as good as me, but they get to take my spot. You know, and Balor actually spoke out about that. And Logan spoke about that on his podcast. He said on his podcast that he had a bit of like heat backstage with certain people. And I think Balor got mentioned. And you can see where Balor's coming from with that. You can really see where he's coming from with that. Puts in all this work, tries to build up his brand, tries to, you know, make the house shows, do what's asked of him, and then someone comes along with a bigger platform, not as good, and they take his position. Here's Oba Femi making his way down to the ring. We are back from commercial break. We got 32 minutes to go. Dun, dun. We know that he beat up Eddy Thorpe. But Rock is going to main event, it looks. It does look that way. Okay, Oba Femi in the ring. Oh, look at that. Okay, so are we going to get Eddy Thorpe coming down? I'm guessing we are. They haven't really teased that it'll be someone different. Unless they start this match with the two of them and then like Eddy comes down mid-match, you know? Mackenzie said Corey filling in while Booker fights Zilla. I don't think so, because that's just playing out on reality of wrestling. I don't think that's going to interrupt with his commentating duties. Okay, so no sign of Eddy Thorpe. No sign of Eddy Thorpe. We've just got Trick Williams and Femi in the ring. Let's get the poll result, shall we? Femi. 32, 8, 3. Okay, so Trick getting his intro, Oba getting his intro. No sign of Eddy Thorpe. Darren said, do we think this year's Rumble could be the best ever? Better than like 2001? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm really optimistic about this year's Rumble. I think with the amount of big names that are around. I mean, obviously we don't know quite who's in it yet. Punk wants to win it. Cena wants to win it. Is Roman going to be in it? Is Jacob going to be in it? We're going to probably have Kevin in there, Sammy in there. I mean, I feel like there's real potential for this year to be special. Yeah, Bella sounded. We've just got Trick and Oba in the ring. Let's go. Oba driving Trick back in the corner. This is the match I wanted. Shoulder tackle there by Oba. Trick moves out the way. Oba said to Trick, you've been the man in this division. And it's only because I let you. Oba, Femi. Look out. Do you remember earlier I said how busy a lot of ring gear was? Certainly the women. Loads of like lace and belts and buckles and studs and all this kind of stuff. I find that in all of wrestling, that the ring gear is too busy. Look at what Trick is wearing tonight. He looks like $1 billion. I would even take it a little bit off of he's got like a bit too much on his tights, trunks. I would have took the writing off on the back. Whatever the writing is on the back, I would have lost that. I'd have kept the logo on the side, lost the logo on the back, the writing on the back, but the rest of it looks so good. He looks so good. He looks so sharp, clean. Brilliant. So Oba goes to the outside as we go to a commercial break. We've got 28 minutes, but we know that it's going to end a little early because we've got The Rock. He's going to come out. Right, commercial break. Daze, it does look like Corey might have gone to NXT. Commentary has a 3. Well, again, I want to see that confirmed. I really hope not. I really hope not. I just think that Corey deserves so much better than that. I think that this is Friday is the 2-year anniversary of Brian Alvarez's Monster News' imminent tweet where he was still waiting for that news. How time passes by. Really? Thorpe is obviously getting his candy ass whooped tonight, said PJ. Let's go. Maybe Corey wants to be in NXT and he doesn't want to travel as much with a young child and an injured wife. There's no evidence of that, considering he's been doing the job and there's been no word of that or any issue with that. And then just coincides with a shake-up with commentary. So, I mean, look, if he's fine with it, that would be great. But there's nothing to suggest that at the moment. I want to see Joe and Corey on SmackDown. Could Corey be cleared to wrestle again? I don't know. Did you see his face at the start? I didn't want to read too much into it, but he looked a bit glum to me. There was a moment, if you go back and look, there's a moment where they're talking on commentary. Vic actually pats Corey on the back, and if you look at his face, he looks really deflated. Now, obviously, you can't really read too much into that. But Corey did look really down. I will actually, after the stream, see if I can find that moment and that little bit of footage. I'll easily be able to go back on the thing. Go back to the bit where he like pats him on the back at the very start of the show, where Vic Joseph is patting Corey on the back. He looked really deflated to me in that moment. Could just be reading into something that wasn't there, but if the news is going to turn out that he's now permanently in NXT, my feeling is he's not thrilled about it. Right, 25 minutes to go. Uncle Revel said Ethan is going to interrupt The Rock. Rock will do Rock things. What better props to an NXT star to get taken out by The Rock, says Uncle Revel. Corey said, I thought the same thing, Daze. He did look like WTF. Well, I'm glad I wasn't the only one that noticed that. I don't want to talk about it because, well, it's not that I don't want to talk about it, but I want to know that it's happened first. There's no point going off on something that we don't even know has happened yet, you know? So I'm quite happy to sit and just wait, see how it plays. But I did see not a thrilled Corey earlier. Right, commercial break. Come on, let's go. There's a lot of commercials here. The commercials really helped me out, but I actually, I'm all right now. I could go back to the action. Oh, thank you. We are. Friday, what we got? Oh, yeah, the fallout of what Tiffy did. Cody. The action. Nakamura, LA Knights. Friday Night SmackDown. Okay, we are back to the action. Still no sign of Eddy Thorpe. Oh, why don't we get to watch this during the break? Oh, hello, there's Eddy. He's got a steel chair. It looks like Eddie's going to make his way down and get involved in this one. Trick in the ring. NXT Championship on the line. Shot to the back there as Trick goes down to his knees. Up, over, lands on his feet. Trick goes back to the corner. Oba into the corner. Trick Williams. He's over in the corner. He's going up to that middle rope. Shot coming in there by Oba. Oba is climbing up. What's this move? We've got Oba. We've got Trick. Oh, boom! Rock bottom by Trick. Trick with a rock bottom, paying homage. Oba getting up to his feet. There's a big right hand there by Oba. Shot coming back by Trick. Another shot coming in there by Trick. And a kick coming in. Oh, big shot by Oba. Boom, big boots. Look at these two. Down goes Oba. Trick Williams in the corner. The Rock is going to drag a bloody Eddy tonight like he did Cody, said Wrestle Night. Scoops him up. Drives him down. Against the ropes goes Oba. Up. Oh! Oba planted. Kip up. By Trick. This match is good. Crowd are really into it. I wish they would have just left this as a one-on-one. There's still a chance that we could get that further down the road. Oh, he went for the kick. Oba grabs him. Oh. Yeah, Oba on his feet. Trick over by the ropes. Oba with Trick. Picks him up. Oh, reversed! DDT! Trick Williams. Boom! Big boots! 1, 2. Oh! Oba gets his shoulder up. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. This is the match that Trick needed. There's been questions around his match quality. I'm a massive Trick fan, and even I admit that his current output has not been where it should be, but this is so much better, and this is the match that we wanted to see. Oh! Sit down powerbomb. 1, 2. Oh! Eddy Thorpe's here. Would that have been a win? Would that have been a win for Femi? Don't know. I don't know if Trick would have kicked out of that, you know. Eddy is here. Eddy in the ring. Eddy Maivia, said Darren. Eddy Maivia is here. Over in the corner. Up. Oh, big spine buster. Trick Williams on the outsides. Oba has got Eddy up, plants him down. How much can Eddy take, in all fairness? Surely not much. Oba, boom. Collides into Eddy. Oba again, boom. Oh, there's Trick. Trick shot connects too. Oh, mates. Mates. Yes. We're cooking. We are cooking. Trick shot there with Trick Williams. What that Trick? Oh no! Eddy Thorpe with a chair. Oh, boom! Power bomb. Oba. 1, 2. Oh, we've got a new champion. Oh my God. Wow! Femi has done it. Femi has done it. It is unbelievable. It felt like it was either going to be Trick or Oba. It was one of them. I didn't think Eddy would get it. But wow. They've pulled the trigger on Femi. What does that mean for Trick, though? Does that mean that he's main roster bound? It was such a great match as well. Really enjoyed this. New NXT champion. Wow. Wow. Look at that. That's the shot in it. NXT is telling the world we just hit the reset. It's a new time. That's the shot in it. Wow. Wow. Yeah. And they want you to know NXT's in a whole new world now. No, Trick's still down. Flipping Trick's still down. So I suppose in a way that's the end of NXT, the normal kind of episodes. What we're going to get after the break is going to be something a bit different, something a bit bonkers. And that is going to be The Rock. Wow. Exactly what I said would happen, said James. Giulia and Oba, new champs. Who would you say is the most unpredictable Rumble winner? Oh, honestly, I don't know. I'd have to go. I don't know, actually, because certainly the early ones I wasn't predicting, you know? I mean, could we have predicted Hacksaw would have won the very first one? So that makes it a bit difficult. I mean, certainly before, when I was young, and like, I feel like I don't really know when I really started to know what people were saying, actually. I feel like it's probably around 2012, something like that, where I started to see what wrestling fans were talking about and whatever. So kind of makes that one a bit difficult to answer. Right, I need to do this, don't I? Match scores. match scores. What did you think of that? New champ. And we've got The Rock about to make his way out as well. That was a great episode. Oh, we still got The Rock, said Richards. Rhea and Tiff took a picture together. They called themselves Strapless. I'll have to... I've got so much to catch up with social media. Still wish it was Oba Trick so that Oba could dethrone Trick in a solo match. But he pinned Trick, which is bonkers, actually. You had Eddy Thorpe in the match, but it wasn't Eddy that took the pin. It was Trick. So he did pin the champ. But obviously the champ has got a bit of a get-out clause there. Okay. Oba Femi is the winner and new champ. I give it an A-, said Blue Will Sonic. I think that's a match which hopefully puts the whole Trick can't wrestle conversation to bed. I think he can. I think he does need the right dance partner. I don't think Trick's of a level where he can be a ring general, but if you put him in there with someone decent, he can hold his end of the bargain up, no problem. But I don't think he's at the point where he can lead the dance, if you will. If Oba can carry his end and Trick can carry his end, you can end up with magic. And that was magic. And we got the confetti. Yes! Confetti, confetti, confetti. Daze, I might go to the downtown Indiana to see ARW Pro. Do it. Do it. Chikara Lash. Number 1 contenders match against Alba and Isla. Next Tuesday, the tag title matches are on the line. We got Axiom, Frazier, Fraxium taking on OTM. Okay, we're waiting for the Rock. Lights go out. What is it that he's going to say, though? How are we going to end this episode? Rocky, 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 Rocky. Yeah, that noise, it started yesterday as well, didn't it? It's a weird... I don't remember having that before. If you smile... It's pretty weird, and it's seeing The Rock coming out in NXT. Dun, 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 dun. Here's The Rock. He doesn't have his People's Championship. Yeah, he does get those goosebumps quite easily, doesn't he? Dun, 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 dun. Here's The Rock. Slowly making his way down to the ring. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so The Rock's making his way down. He's asking for the camera to come over. Pro wrestling is real. The Rock just wanted the camera to see that. So The Rock getting into the ring. Dun, dun, dun. Rock puts his arm in the air. Great reaction for him by the crowds. The Rock brings back Vince and he ruins wrestling, said Darren. When compared Ava to The Rock, the apple fell far, far from the tree, said Mad by Dawn. G-Money said pro wrestling is real. People are facts. Some are, yeah. Daze, I found out the first backbreaker wrestling of the show is February 15th. Goods. Shout out to Backbreaker Wrestling. Okay, so The Rock coming down, putting his arm in the air. We've got 10 minutes of the show left to go. He's going to have to say something, isn't he? Dun, 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 dun. Apparently, you lot had picture-in-picture that we did not get. And so there's footage of Giulia being congratulated, and there's footage of Femi being congratulated that was picture-in-picture, but we never got it in the UK. It's a bit rude. I thought we were meant to get everything in the UK, and it was actually America that missed out. So that's a bit rude. Okay, Rock's in the ring. Dun, 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 dun. What is he going to say? He's going to call out Femi. Imagine that. Jesus. Imagine that. Imagine he calls out Femi. What if The Rock went completely doolally and declares himself to be Flex Kavanagh? Then I would say everything would be worth it. Everything we went through would have been worth it. Rock in the ring, and he is covered in goosebumps. What is he going to say? Does he even know what he's going to say? We've got 8 minutes. Rock in a ring with a microphone in front of a really fun NXT crowds. NXT, 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 NXT. He loves that Who thing, doesn't he? There was a bleep there. Just seemed to dip out. I don't know if he swore. Probably. Potty mouth. Do you think he's still in there going, what am I going to say? What do I say? I don't know what to say. What should I say? Hopefully, if I keep stalling, they will just chant my name or something, which they have started doing. You're gonna make me effing emotional. God, he just got such... I can't believe this guy's in Moana. Does he act like this in Moana? This will be the best 6 minutes. I go by the People's Champ. The sexiest man alive. Someone screamed a bit too hard then. owns all the stock. The final boss, the People's Champ, The Rock. Big Rocky chant. What's going on? He's just in the ring at the moment, and I really don't know what he's got to say, and I don't think he knows. I need you to help me. This time last year. I heard the same thing. Why are you so mean to Cody? That's what he heard. 1 year later. The Rock gave props to Cody. He's been kicking ass. So The Rock says, you lot wanted me to be nice to Cody. Last night I was. The Rock's 20 steps ahead. So The Rock says, last year you said I was being moody to Cody. This year I'm nice to Cody. Does this dude not get wrestling? I mean, I don't. How is he new to professional wrestling or something? Does he know how to tell a story? Has he forgotten? What's happening? What's going on? What's happened to The Rock? Is someone pretending to be The Rock? They said we've got 2 minutes, but F all that. We're going to go all night. You haven't been able to say anything yet. The truth is... Okay, he said he knew a few weeks ago. But I didn't know what to say. And you'll feel this, crowds. Yeah, I mean, I'm very much getting the impression he didn't know what to say. Has he got something up his sleeve? Okay. I want to tell you something important. Okay. Thank you. So, The Rock said, Raw is what you have to go to, but NXT is what you want to go to. Do you think at this point is like, is that my 2 minutes done? Oh my God. I want to let you know how important you lot are, how critical you are. Yeah. We understand how NXT works. In 3 years, they could be out the business. We might have fired them. Oh, we do get a flex mention. I want you to know I am here. I love you. If you smell what The Rock is cooking. Wow. Wow. What? There's lots of thoughts. Daze is stunned. I am. I'm split, right? I'm honestly torn because I've got two things going through my head at the same time, and they're both true at the same time, and that is resulting in me not being able to find the words. The two things that are going through my head are, he doesn't get this. He doesn't get this. He doesn't understand. Like, how could he go out there and say, last year, you lot wanted me to let Cody finish his story, and this year I come out and I'm really nice to Cody, and then you're upset? Like, you understand, though, don't you? You do understand why that's the case. Like, I'm quite happy to explain it. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of wrestling fans that will sit down and tell you about how we like to have a story and continuity and consistency, and how actually in stories that's really important, and how like movies and TV shows are like structured around that. So to do one thing, go away, come back and act completely different without us being told why that's happened, that obviously is going to frustrate people, right? But you get that. I know you get that. You get that. I know you do. So maybe we just ignore that comment, right? But then for him to come out and not say anything, and for him to reveal that this was actually a couple of weeks in the works, he's actually got a writer, Brian Gerwitz. I think he's still his writer. I'm not aware they've parted ways. How did you not, even if he doesn't have Brian Gerwitz, how did you not have anybody write something for you? How did you get into that ring and just mumble, right? This whole, I'm just going to feel the moment stuff, you know? I mean, could they have not given him something to announce? Could he have not got in there and announced a new tournament that's come in? Could he not have introduced a new star? Why did it have to be him in the ring feeling the moment? Why could it have not have served a purpose, an actual purpose? Why did it need to be that? Why was it that? Is he such a big star now that he's out of control? Is he such a big star now that he really just does what he wants? And actually we've got a bit of a monster on our hands, but actually a real life monster. and not a monster in storyline, a monster in real life that is just going around doing whatever he wants, and no one, not Nick Khan, not Ari Emanuel, no one is going to be able to rein him in. He's going to jump in a ring, he's going to do what he wants, and, you know, if people don't enjoy watching it, I don't care, I enjoyed it. You know, I'm here for the goosebumps. That's the Rock's mentality now. I'm not here to entertain you anymore. I'm here for this. The old goosebumps. So I've got all of that on one side of my head, which is very true, very valid, and I think how a lot of people are going to react to that segment, yeah? But there is also another truth that exists at the same time, which is The Rock is one of the biggest stars in the world. Him being on this show is going to have boosted ratings. Him being in that segment for a casual fan, they're going to have watched it and probably been like, oh, it was so cool seeing The Rock in the ring thanking us for being NXT fans. You know, that was great. What a moment. And it was a moment. It was a moment. But I would say what we just had there was a little tiny example of what was wrong with Raw yesterday. It's a big name doing nothing. It's star power with nothing behind it. And that is the big criticism of yesterday's Raw. And I don't know about you, but that's not a future I want for WWE. I don't want big names without any creative behind it. I'm not happy to just sit here and listen to The Rock waffle. Do you know what I mean? If you're going to have The Rock, have him do something. If you're going to have The Undertaker, have him do something. If you're going to have these big stars coming in, and you're going to advertise these big stars as being on the show, there is going to be a level of expectation that they do something meaningful. There's going to be a level of expectation that they're actually going to contribute to the story, the narrative. They're going to introduce a new character. They're going to throw a spanner in the works. You can say that he contributed by keeping us around, providing a big ending. We didn't know what he was going to say. But now the dust has settled. He didn't say anything. He actually said something really stupid about the whole Cody thing, right? And then he waffled and just basically thanked the fans. Like, I don't know. He just seems out of control to me. He seems like he just went out there, he felt it, he just said some words. He might be told backstage, that was great, wow. And this might be the problem. He might go back through Gorilla and no one is going to turn around and go, what was that? No one is going to say to him, what was that? When in his life is he having anyone giving him the truth anymore? When is anyone giving him the truth? So he's walking around like, whoa, everything's great. Everyone loves me. I've just killed it. Oh my God. All I've got to do is go in the ring and I just, gold. I just deliver gold. It's like, what was that? That was not a good segment. The stuff he said about Cody didn't make any sense and actually just made me question if he even understands what's going on anymore. And like, he really felt he could go in there with unscripted. And you know what? Back in the day, he probably could. Back in the day, he was probably so into the story, so into the system, The Rock from the 2000s, the early 2000s, the Attitude Era. That Rock probably could have gone in the ring and, had a good time. Whereas this, he just seems so disconnected. Now he just really seems like, do you know what I mean? Like, how long we got? We got 6 minutes. We could go all night. Dude, you couldn't fill the 6 minutes. You couldn't fill the 6 minutes. How long we got now? 2 minutes. Oh, yeah. Well, God, I just want to say, and this is really important. This is important. Listen to what I'm about to say. It's really important, right? And I want you all to pay attention to this because it's so important, right? That The Rock, that's me. I'm The Rock, right? It's really important. Keep focusing on what I'm saying because you're going to remember this for the rest of your life. It's so important that me, The Rock, I went to Raw yesterday. You might have seen me. I went there and I had to go there, right? Big stars, big moment, big show. But I want to be here. I went there, but I wanted to be here. And the reason I wanted to be here was for all of you. For all of you. All of you. All of you is why I wanted to be here. Because you're the true carriers of the truth. All of you know the truth. And that is that these people, these stars, they could headline WrestleMania in 3 years. Or we might release them. They might be fired. They might not be here anymore. But don't focus on that. But I want you all to know, that these stars, they're the future. and that makes you the future. And I am The Rock. Dude, oh my God. We could have got someone from the flipping WWE ID setup to have done a better job than that. Honestly, we could have pulled people out of the crowd that could have said something more meaningful. Oh my God, why didn't he just read some mean tweets or something? Why didn't he do that? Oh my God. Listen, I love The Rock. You can't not love The Rock. Everything he's done in the WWE, he's a legend, yeah? So his star power is undeniable. This guy is one of the biggest stars we've ever had. But has anyone else got the feeling he's out of control in real life? Has anyone else got the feeling that he is legitimately, like, just doing whatever he wants and he has just gone off the flipping deep end? Because I've seriously got those concerns at the moment. After what I saw yesterday, where he's like, yeah, I'm not... could you imagine when he turned up yesterday to Raw and he went up to Triple H, he went, oh, just so you know, I'm not going to be the final boss. I'd imagine Triple H was like, I'm sorry, run that past me again. You're going to do what, sorry? Yeah, I'm not going to be the final boss. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. I don't fancy it today. Yeah, but we are telling a story, aren't we? Do you remember that story we're telling? Remember that with the giving back of a watch and the one you remember all that? You remember WrestleMania, don't you? You remember that? You was there. You remember that? Yeah, but I just don't fancy it. I don't fancy it today, so I'm actually going to be Dwayne instead. I don't think that's a good idea, but I mean, who's me? I'm not going to be able to tell you now, am I? So you do you. Yeah, you do you. So he went out there and he goofed around. Then he went backstage and he was drinking and he was doing more goofing around. Then he went to NXT and he did more goofing around. And I think we're meant to just, I think what we're meant to do is go, oh my God, that was so good. I think we're meant to be like, oh my God, that was... How does he do it? How does he go out there? This guy is an improvisational genius. This guy goes out there and he just conjures up these magical moments out of nowhere. He is a genius. He has got to be one of the greatest improv performers the world has ever seen. He just has the ability to go out there, just conjure up all this gold. When in actual fact... that segment sucked, like really bad. That segment sucked. You've got to be either the biggest Rock fan or one of the biggest casual fans to have really enjoyed that, I would imagine, right? I'm not being disrespectful to people, but you're going to struggle to tell me what benefit was served there, right? Other than it was The Rock. We saved him to the end to keep viewers around. And that's pretty much all we achieved because we just didn't do anything else. We just didn't do any. And some of the lines he came out with was flipping bonkers. Some of the lines he said, the Cody stuff was bonkers. Talking about how in 3 years they might not even be here. Why did he need to say that? Do you remember that bit where he was like, on Raw, we've got all the stars, but here... And he, I think at one point he went down a bit of a one-way street. Someone in the crowd was like, there's no stars. And he was like, no, not that there's no stars. There are stars here. And then someone else had to say something and he ended up going, oh my God, it was a mess. It was a mess. I saw someone in the chat saying about how it could be Botchamania worthy. Honestly, I think you could chop that thing up and have some real fun with it. I think you could really chop that thing up and have some fun with it. I don't know how others have reacted. I'm sure there's going to be people that are just applauding, that are just like, he's done it again. Wow. How does he do it? Wow. I don't know. Perhaps our standards, perhaps we've got standards. I don't know. All I know is there was a lot of confusion about the Rock segment yesterday, and I'd imagine there's going to be a lot of confusion about the Rock segment tonight as well. But I really think the problem he's got is that he will go backstage and people will be like, killed it, mate. Killed it. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. You just go out there and you just deliver gold. You absolutely killed it. We need to get you to do improv classes at NXT, don't we, eh? If these guys had your skills, if they had the ability to go out there and do what you've just done for 8 minutes, it would be raining money, Dwayne. It would be raining money. You're honestly, mate, amazing. That's what he'll have. That's what people will be saying to him. But the truth is that, well, in my opinion, it wasn't that. And I don't think anyone's going to tell him that either, so... yeah, it was what it was. So, Rob said The Rock has lost the plot. I just think, you know, he's come in for a couple of days just to boost the numbers, and he's just having a lovely time. And that's it. I think the good thing, though, right, is that I sort of felt like we were going to get that segment. When he was backstage being like, I don't know what I'm going to say, I really believed him. So when he came out, we were watching going, what's he going to say? Well, I don't even think he knows what he's going to say. And as it was kind of going, you got the impression more and more that that's exactly what the truth was. The truth was he didn't know what he was going to say. And so we ended up where we ended up. We need a Rock Daze waffle off. Oh, mate, I'll out waffle him. No issue whatsoever. You know that as well. You know that I will out waffle him. No one waffles on my level. In fact, I look at filling 8 minutes as child's play. Yeah? Let's see if he could do hour after hour after hour after hour. Well, how long was yesterday's stream? He would not stand a chance having a waffle off against me. Not a flipping chance. Sean said the thing he could have announced would be the future of the bloodline by introducing Lance or Hikuleo. That would have been amazing, wouldn't it? Imagine that. Imagine if he'd have come out and said, there's been a lot of BS going on around here, and I really feel like the game needs to be shook up, and I really feel like things need to change. And I know that when things change, they have to change from the foundation. There's no point changing things at the top. You have to change things from the bottom, and you have to watch that change go all through the structure. So with that being said, I think it's time we shake things up. And then, yeah, bring out a brand new star. Bring out Hikuleo. Bring out Lance and Hawaii. Just even if we don't see them again for another few weeks, he could have told us they're coming. He could have told us that who they are, how they connect to him, and that they're on the way, right? He could even say to him, I've got something I need you to do first. Your work here won't begin for a little while, you know, but very soon, you will be back here, and the real work will begin then. So, you know, he could have thrown something out there. But, I mean, clearly NXT didn't want to do that for whatever reason. Otherwise, they hopefully would have proposed it. But I don't know. Who do you blame? Do you blame The Rock for going out there and just waffling? Or do you blame NXT for not having stuff for him to actually do? Do you blame Sean? I've got to think NXT probably turned around and went, do you want us to prep something for you? And I've got to think The Rock was like, no, I'll just feel it. And we'll take it from there. So, I don't know. I don't know where the blame lies. Perhaps everyone gets, perhaps, you know, it's not all just The Rock's fault. Perhaps, like, you know, NXT should have been a bit more forceful with, like, we can sort something for you, you know? Yeah. Well, look, all I'll say is that did not go the way I think a lot of us was hoping it was going to go. It's a bonkers moment that's just going to provide more talking points. Maybe a missed opportunity with some stuff we could have done. I really didn't like the Cody comment because I really think that suggests he just doesn't, I don't know, it suggests he's a bit out of touch, to be honest. But the show before was really fun. I really enjoyed the show before. And actually, we do need to end the poll so that we can get the poll. I don't know what happened, but after we were eating goods, End of October, before Halloween Havoc, they decided to give us some shiz. We were eating good, said Metal Mama. Well, did you not like this show? I actually thought this show was pretty fun, actually. Main event. In fact, 3 of the 5 matches have had great scores. Great scores, which I don't disagree with. So, main event, you lot have said, is great 70%. So, first match, Roxanne Giulia, great 78. Second match, great 69. Third match, good 97. Lexis King Charlie, good 97. Trick Ober Eddy, great 70. 2 new champions. I feel like the NXT part of the show really delivered. The bonkers rock bit was bonkers. And overall, I feel like this was a show really worth watching that's had loads of talking points. I'm really pleased I watched it. I'm coming away with it with my head spinning because of the rock segment. But overall, I'm really pleased. I really enjoyed the show. I liked what we got. So I'm actually not down on the NXT portion of it. It's just, you know, the way it normally goes, your lasting impression, your final impression is normally based off the final thing you see. That's why we see sometimes... That's why we see sometimes, like, shows that were really average get really good scores because the final closing segment was massive. And so that's what sticks in everyone's mind, you know? So, yeah, I'm honestly, I know I'm ranting a bit, but I'm only ranting because that was just another bonkers rock segment. But show itself, I thought, was pretty fun, actually. I'll be, again, looking forward to seeing what people score this show. I'll be looking forward to seeing how people reacted to that rock segment as well, actually. Maybe I'm alone. Maybe people were lapping it up and loving it, and maybe I'm just being a boomer. Which is very me, to be honest. I am very boomer-esque. I'm just having a look, seeing what is doing the rounds. The Rock responds to criticism of him being too nice. That's the lead story. Crispy Wrestling said Rock had no idea what to say. Bro was swearing every other sentence long. It seems like that response to the Cody thing is the big takeaway people have had. Wrestle Ups. Here's Wrestle Ups. The Rock made it known he had minutes left before the show would go off the air at the 2-hour point, and basically F that, and ended up closing the show at the end of the 2 hours. One of the segments of all time. So that is true, actually. He did come out and go, we've only got 2 minutes left. F that. We're going to go all night if we want to. And then 2 minutes later, he wrapped it up. He did do that. He did do that. Nah, man, we can go all night if we want. Yeah! But with that being said, I do have places to go. So it's lovely talking to you all. Safe trips home. If you do need your parking validated, please go and see Jean in the front entrance. Jean, are you still there? Yeah, there's Jean. Give a wave, Jean. Give a wave. I don't know what else to say, so you might as well give a wave. There's Jean. You've seen her, haven't you, eh? You saw her. Oh. Yeah, it did feel like that, didn't it? Daze, I might also go to Southland Championship Wrestling. Do it! Do it, Carmen Live too. My Phenomenal Figures says, great show tonight. The matches were fun. The Rock promo just made no sense again. Raheel said, do you think it's going to take a fix like WrestleMania? Internet, as Cody says. Hang on, what do you mean? You think it's going to be a fix? Do I think it's going to be a fix like WrestleMania? Internet, as Cody Rhodes says. Don't know what you mean by that. Do I think it's going to be a fix? I think Triple H has got a plan, and I feel like the reports are that the plan for WrestleMania is Cody Cena, and I feel like that probably is the penciled plan. But honestly, I don't know about you, but the vibe I've got from The Rock is he can do whatever he wants, when he wants, and he can throw a spanner in the works. The good thing is that he does seem to really put a lot into listening to what the fans are saying. So it's clear that he's seen a reaction to his segment yesterday, and it's clear that that reaction was, why is he now fine with Cody? And that must have bothered him because he's come out and mentioned it. So it's clear that he is listening to the fans, and he does put value into that, right? So I don't, even though he's this runaway monster, seemingly, that can do what he wants and no one's keeping him in check, I do think that if the fans make their voices heard of, we don't want him to do a certain thing, or no, that's not what we're looking for, I think he is a good person and he will listen to that. So he is a bit of a runaway monster at the moment, but he's a runaway monster that I think is still there for the fans. Imagine if he was like an awful runaway monster that didn't care what the fans said, you know? It's good, actually, that he does listen, so I'm giving him props for that. So it's probably best, though, he doesn't listen to the reviews of this segment. Otherwise, he might get even more depressed. SG said, if The Rock isn't at Mania, then what difference does it make if he's not going to follow up what he did last year's Mania? Well, he will follow it up eventually, won't he? I mean, the problem is you can't say, let's not have storyline consistency, because the short-term future isn't going to pay off. The long-term future still will. You know, I don't want to have to look at these 2 days as just being a bonkers 2 days that just don't pay any attention to them. I don't want pockets of that happening throughout WWE where I just, there was no plans for him for WrestleMania, so he just came in and did what he wanted. That's not something that I think we as fans are going to want on a regular basis. I mean, I don't even want it now as an isolated incident, just because he's not going to be at WrestleMania, so let's not work, you know? There's still a story that is being told. We're still in the middle of something which eventually I believe will pay off. It's not that we're never going to get Rock Roman or Rock Cody. We will get those matches. And you know how fans like to go, oh, do you remember last year when this happened? Like, fans constantly call back to certain things. We're still talking about the 3-finger thing, this thing, the handing over the item, Raw after WrestleMania. People are talking about, you know, going back years and years and years with Seth and CM Punk, right? All these names. Seth and CM Punk, and what's their history, and people talking about how Seth went to CM Punk, wanted to be trained by CM Punk. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, all this stuff, all these stories from decades ago, all these callbacks, all these little references, they all play a part in the wrestling world. So to have him come in and just... Well, I can't make Mania this year, so I'm just gonna have a good time. That's quite selfish. I think that's quite selfish. I think that there's no Vince there to stop him from doing that. If Vince was in charge, he wouldn't do that, because he wouldn't be allowed to do that. But who's in charge? He knows Nick Khan. He's known Nick Khan for years. Nick Khan ain't gonna stop it. He ain't got the relationship with Nick that he does with Vince. And what, Triple H? You think Triple H is going to be able to stop him doing what he wants? I think we have got a bit of an out-control monster. I think we have got someone that is just... I wanted to do WrestleMania this year, but I can't. So I'm just going to have a fun for a few days. And then who's going to tell him, but you can't because it doesn't quite fit the story? Vince would have. But there ain't no one there now that's going to do that. And the good thing is that I think he does pay attention to the fans, and he's seen that there's been some backlash. But that ain't stopped him goofing around again tonight, has it? So he's seen what was said yesterday, but it still ain't really changed anything today. We've just had another goof around segment where it's like, oh, got to fill a bit of time on NXT. It's just bonkers, isn't it? Wrestling in 2025 is already pretty bonkers. The Rock used to be my all-time favourite. Now he's someone that I just don't want to be a part of wrestling, said Opolis Travels. Rock might be the new Vince, said Jay. Well, let's not get too carried away. Let's not get too carried away. Daze, that was an impressive rant, says Hannah. Well, it wasn't even intended, to be honest. I've got a few concerns with how The Rock is presenting himself over the past few days. Who knows? He might flip back to Final Boss when there's an actual story for him. And we might get back on track when he needs to get back into character. But at the moment, he's just having fun. He's just goofing around. Right, I think we're done anyway, because I need to go and do Unseen, and I'm still hours away from gathering all that together, and we need to do other bits and bobs. So, what's this? Celtififa said he's cuddling with Cody, and he's upset with people reacting. Yes, that was a point that he made. And we explained why it was a little bit silly. But I'll be interested to see if what other people have got to say. So I don't know, actually, if a tweet has gone out. I don't think it has. Sometimes I auto-schedule them, but I don't think I've got one auto-scheduled today. No, I'll do it now. So what do you think? Let's get your thoughts. Feedback required. What did you think of NXT New Year's Evil? 1 comment per person, please. Yes, even you, Austin 316, who doesn't seem to be able to follow simple requests. Yeah, some people think they're just like The Rock, how The Rock can't be told. Yeah, some people think they're above the law as well, right? But fortunately, there's someone round here that can keep a little bit of control. Right? So, yeah, just something to think about. Right, we're done, my friends. Appreciate everyone joining us. I'm not sure when we're back again. We are back. When are we back? We've got to do the WEP at some point. I need to see what Triple T is saying about that. Matt, could be tomorrow, could be Thursday. We will have a member stream on Thursday. Every chance that we will be back on Friday, but we are going to have to do a Wrestling Escape Pods at some point. So, right, thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support as always. I hope you enjoyed the show, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.